Yeah.
Welcome back to part 2, the Tyranny recap, the finale of the Tyranny recap. Stay tuned for Tyranny one-shot. But in the meantime,
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we gonna talk about the one
Raid
shot?
Shadow
Yeah.
Legends.
Oh my god. It was so good, and then it wasn't.
Sponsors pay. So,
Like, well, at first they have to be a sponsor, but okay, whatever. we're gonna just go with that. Fuck it. I don't care.
we ended the recap at the giant fortress, the flying giant fortress, and destroying the white dragon.
So I do have a thing for that. But
That's
yes,
where you start.
yeah. For now, this is a podcast. Welcome. I'll do introductions for everybody once we get to the players, or the characters, I should say. But yeah, this takes place right after Horde of the Dragon Queen. But where the players left off was, after retaking the Sky Castle from Rezmir, the Black Worm Speaker, killing a red wizard of the Thay by the name of Rathmodar, and slaying a white dragon, the party collect a hoard of gold meant for some kind of offering for Tiamat. The party is then summoned by their informant, Leosin, a member of the Harpers, as they were told the Council of Waterdeep would take place and the next steps to stopping the Cult of Dragons would be discussed. After the party says goodbye to fellow party members who wish to walk a different path, they travel to Waterdeep to continue their adventure. And that kind of brings us to Chapter 9, which would be meeting the council. For the players that are, I guess, from the original party arriving here, I could go first. My character was Penumbra, half Tabaxi assassin rogue. Following the lead on trying to find her friend in the previous first part, we did find her, and she does make a couple appearances in the second part, but for now she is trying to stop this cult and help her girlfriend get her revenge. Anthonie, would you like to go next?
I played Fletch. I kind of miss how you introduced her. So I'm Mark Shadow's elf. Rune Knight, Genie Warlock. She predominantly used the bow. She's an archer, and she's going to get her revenge.
Next up would be Reggie, one of the players that did end up leaving after the first part, but is here now to hear all the things that have happened while he was gone.
So yeah, I'm just here to tell you that I'm leaving.
Damn it. Not again.
Nah. I played Hanu, an Archfey Warlock. A scared little Tortle. I think we said he remained with the Giants after he separated from the party.
Yeah. Him and Ilmig stayed with the Giants to gather
and
forces.
And then later on, he returned to try to TPK the
group. So yeah,
that's a spoiler.
Throughout the second part, or throughout the Rise of Tiamat, we do reference our good old friend a lot. And just the characters also just like wonder how he's doing and stuff. as for the newer players joining us for this half, Evan, would you like to introduce your character?
Sure, yeah. So in the second half of the campaign, I came in as Renford, the half-elf Oath of Agents Paladin.
And what was his purpose in life?
His purpose in life, after giving up on his dreams of theater, he went on a quest to vanquish evil and do it, fantastically.
Yeah.
With mild degrees of success.
Oh, we vanquished it, all right.
And then some.
Zane, would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Yeah, so I was Zane. I still am.
I got him there.
And I played Saevel Ilmar, a regular old wizard, divination wizard, Order of the Scribes, and subclass, and he was a dude who was an elf, didn't grow up very elven, even though he was in an elven family. Didn't get to inherit his parents' major trade business on the Swords Coast, so he got sent to boarding school, where he rose up in the ranks of the Order of the Scribes, who eventually sent him on a mission. He fucked up that mission. He went back to being a librarian, and eventually they sent him here on this quest, and it was supposed to be kind of like his last chance to try to prove that he could do field work.
Oh man, this takes me back, saying snap.
Same.
If I remember right, you two were over here.
Yeah.
Right, just looking at this clean, non-dirty table.
I don't think she was part of the... It's very funny from my vision of seeing the health bars and just seeing how many of them we could totally take.
They aren't adventurous.
Yeah, some of them aren't. Some of them are actually, shipwreck houses, but
And you also have Kenny.
yes. Sorry.
Right, yeah, dude, it's the DM. Jesus.
Sorry, I was setting shit up. Kenny, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Kenny. I was the DM for the Tyranny of Dragon games. I got to puppeteer and run these assholes around.
But yeah, unfortunately we couldn't have Brawley here, who played Zamrakar, but he is also very important to the story as he was one of the members. But yeah, does anyone remember what this chapter was about?
I don't.
Well,
Fighting over an apple.
Yeah.
I do, but you can't ask me.
I mean, I can once these guys can't remember shit.
They're trying to hey, we're forming an Avengers initiative. You guys are going to be the Avengers.
Right. I'm pretty sure this is where we learned about the Draco Horn too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. For Penumbra and Fletch, they were very much just who are these assholes, and all this council shit. And yeah, they were just fighting over an apple.
Before
yeah.
dropping a head on the table.
2 heads. As we dropped, that was a fun introductory to our characters for the two new players. Is that this elven girl just shows up with two sacks and drops them on tosses them onto the table, and two heads roll out. One being Rezmir and the other one being Wrath Modar. So. I guess for like a quick thing for the two new players, for them it was just like we each one was like a friend to me and Anthonie, Zane being my friend and Evan being Anthonie's friend. Of course, needing players, we asked them if they would like to join us. For you two, what was your initial thoughts of like, I guess like if me and Anthonie told you anything about the campaign, is like, what'd you expect from this campaign?
Like I don't know, when you initially asked me to join this, I was like, because I was still running our old campaign
Yeah.
at the time, and I was like, this is a great opportunity to play D&D and not run.
Yeah, not be a DM. I think that was one of the main reasons why I asked you too, is that I wanted to give you a chance to be a player and stuff like that, and also wanted to, because you were my first DM. I also wanted to see what it was like to be a fellow player with you as well.
Yeah.
Because I think we only had that opportunity in a random one shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, how about for you, Evan?
It's kind of an interesting invite for me because up until that point, I had never DM'd for one, and I had only played in like other friends like completely homebrewed campaigns.
So this is your first module.
My first module, official kind of D&D game. So that was very interesting to see, what the hype was exactly, and not having collapse halfway through because homebrew is very, very hard.
Yeah.
So that was very cool.
Yeah, to actually finish off a campaign and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll go ahead. No, I was gonna move on. So if you have anything else to add.
I was just gonna say, it's funny that you mentioned this being your first module.
Yeah.
This was my second 5e module.
Oh.
Back when I played 4th edition, like 10 years ago. Wait, 10? Oh god, how old am I? Longer than that. Oh shit, it's more like 15.
At least it on stream.
I do
He has a midlife crisis.
I do love the fact that Anthonie kind of scoffed at 4th edition. I swear I heard something from you, just like.
I definitely thought it. But it was more of a, I was thinking more of a joke. So I was like, oh, so this is your actual your second module then. But,
yeah, and so I played modules in 4th edition, but like I briefly like did Lost Minds of Phandelver.
Oh, gotcha.
When like 5e like first came out very briefly, and then like I didn't play D&D for like years.
Gotcha.
And then so this ended up being the my second ever module run in 5e. So
I guess technically ironically for me too, because funny enough, Kenny also DM'd Minds of Phandelver for me as well, and then right when we finished that's when we jumped into Tyranny.
Gotcha.
So yeah, your campaign being the first homebrew one, and then I guess Tyranny would be my third campaign altogether. But yeah,
gotcha.
I guess for the following question, what I was gonna say was, what helped you guys like, or did any of this like us giving you a heads up on this help you guys make your characters, or you just like, I feel like playing a paladin, I feel like playing a wizard. Like, what made you decide on these characters, I guess?
So for me, it was I had mentioned like being part of like aborted campaigns before. I had this really cool character I made that like had only existed for like 3 sessions. So like I kind of want to see, what would happen if I actually like played him all the way out. So I just kind of just ported him over as made a few modifications, but basically the same concept, same character.
Just made him fit to the story more or less, or
Kind of. Yeah. I mean, I still would say he doesn't really seem like he, especially seeing in the hindsight how there's all these like dragon-based backstories or dragon cult-based backstories. So I can't remember if someone mentioned that to me and I forgot or whatever, but it's kind of a very, he had a completely different like origin. He just got recruited for like unrelated reasons. So
do you want to join this Tyranny of Dragons campaign?
Yeah, the name might have given it away. But it was also made for interesting contrast too, because he didn't have the same sort of personal stakes the other characters had in that same way. So that led to some stuff.
Well, it's funny because like knowing a little bit more about Renford's backstory stuff, dealing with like demons and stuff like that, the cult did use like demonic shit or devils, or I think we ran into some devils or
occasionally,
demons. Yeah, occasionally here and there. I think potentially there might have been even more. We just didn't run into them, but there is still some of that sprinkled around. But yeah, main theme being dragons.
Right, in the name.
Yeah. What about you, Zane?
So, how I tend to make characters is, and this is something that I use in my daily life to help me deal with my ADHD, but I kind of use the snowball to avalanche method. When you asked me to initially join, you said, so like, we have some rogues, we have some some people in the front line, we could really use a back line. I'm like, okay. So like, probably like long distance spellcaster. I thought, okay. And then as far as personality, like I always start with a simple sentence. So like, who do I want to play? I want to play a nerd.
Yeah.
I was like,
That's
okay,
beautiful.
so let's so I'm like, okay, backline spellcaster, nerd that has wizard written all over it. So and then from there I went, it's like, okay, well, why is he here? What would fit best with this? And I try to like piecemeal I try to lead one thing into the next. So like, I try to like piecemeal like lore stuff. If I can't make a decision on mechanic stuff, I'll like go to like lore stuff to make the decision on that. Like, what subclass do I want to do?
Right.
Well, let's see. What's the most book focused thing that I can think of? Divination wizard, sure. And then like I just kind of go from there, and then
I threw in the scribe wizard onto it.
Yeah.
Do you want two subclasses?
That's subclass.
Yeah, Kenny came up with the idea of the scribe wizard and adding the whole order of the scribes stuff is more of just like a subclass, and actually like added lore to that, which helped me with my backstory and whatnot. And it just, first a snowball, then an avalanche.
Yeah. And then I also helped with the art and everything. The art for his token and his character art were actually from me.
Well, it's from Magic the Gathering, but yeah.
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 Listen.
He also came up with the idea for Bookie as well.
Oh yeah,
really?
Yeah, like he was like, hey, instead of having a familiar, like this subclass sort of gives you this, what if we just made your book a familiar? And I was like, that's hilarious.
I forgot about that. Yeah. I guess for Kenny, how was it working with the two new players and getting them like situated into this game?
I mean, with like any new, it's like getting to know the people. So I did have to like sit down, and like get to know them. But yeah, once we got going, everything went great.
Nice. What'd you guys think of Kenny when I guess you met him and helping you get situated and set up?
Kenny's great, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he like did like a great job of setting expectations up front, but being like chill about it,
Mhm.
and like sort of guiding us through it, but not holding our hands. And yeah,
And then I guess giving enough information to like how to put you in, because you guys were part of organizations like similar to, basically like connected to the council and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is like where it
Yeah.
made sense that like you guys would be joining us. Instead of like, I guess they could have also been like, we hired two new guys off the adventuring guilds and get to know them.
Right.
But
They
yeah.
answered the ad.
yeah,
Yeah, I kind of liked flavoring it as like each member of the council had their own representative that they wanted to push towards your guys' group.
Hmm.
Political pawns. Yeah, having the whole like Lord's Alliance championing definitely I think helped me ground it a bit, because I had this very abstract, detached backstory. So then kind of tethering it on the back end, kind of made it a bit more plausible.
Hmm. So one thing we're also going to do is, this is going to be the first time me talking about it on the video, is we're going to do random questions throughout the podcast. These guys have sent me questions and we're just going to be rolling a d20 for it, but I'm going to specifically pick one out because one of these questions pretty much talks about like what we're doing in this certain chapter, and this one's from Anthonie, as he asks, for the ones joining the council meeting, what do you guys think about coming into an established group midway through the campaign? What do you guys think of the characters, the party dynamic, and the new party members? And this could be for everybody as well. So we can start with Evan and Zane of like, what do you guys think of the established group? What do you think about coming in midway through, and the initial party dynamic?
Yeah. I do remember like I was a little bit nervous actually, like at a game.
Mhm.
And not that anyone was giving me good reason for that, but like at one point there was like a side comment saying, "Oh, your character is like, what was it? Oath of like ancients, or he's dedicated. We're gonna corrupt that." Like, oh, what do you mean corrupt that? What are you planning? Like, where are you going with this?
I wonder who that was.
I can't remember. It was somebody, but
Looks at the top of the Discord.
maybe so. Yeah. So it's kind of like, it's a very, if knowing the composition, I might have gone with a different like archetype possibly. Just because there's, I obviously the goal is sort of have a part. Well, I say the goal, having a party without synergy, as I would later learn, was also kind of entertaining in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, the whole bit dramatic, like, oh, heads down, like head on the table. Here we are, we're badasses. Take no prisoners. It took some getting used to.
It was very much funny, like getting introduced to the moral compass of the group. Or just like, because technically like at the time Penumbra kind of was, but at the same time she was kind of like, I just want to save the good people, like the civilians and stuff like that. I don't give a shit about about the bad guys.
Word wrong. Because the moral compass is like you're gonna guide the others, and there was no guiding.
That's the thing. Yeah, it was the trying to. It was. It was like, hey, maybe we could not kill everybody we run into, guys.
Crazy thought.
Crazy. But we'll probably get into that later, into those situations where like those definitely came up and stuff like that. But yeah, initially of just like. I want to be the good guy. Oh, the other guys, the new guys, just literally rolled heads across the council table, huh?
You have like Frodo and the team of like anti-heroes, basically.
Yeah. How about for you, Zane?
So, out of game, when you guys were like RPing your characters and when I thought like, oh, this is gonna be fun. I like a little chaos in the party. It adds a little flavor. As far as what Saevel thought, he thought it's like, oh, these are like established, these are established people. I need to earn their respect. And they come in and plop two heads on the table, and it's like, okay, yeah, my suspicions were confirmed. These are good people. She started fighting over an apple.
With their mouths.
He's like, what the fuck am I getting myself into?
Man, I missed the accent.
Been a while.
Yeah.
I was gonna say this. It's when we're doing this video. It's like it's been like a year possibly since we actually were here in this council room initially. So
Oh my
it's
God.
been a while since we've talked about this.
Yep. Okay, I have a question. If you don't mind me,
Go for it.
throwing one in.
Yeah, no problem.
Were y'all expecting the accent? And if not,
It
what'd you
was
think?
absolute well, it was 50-50 for me because I know you're good with accents from when you were DMing for me and you love doing accents and stuff like that. I didn't know you were gonna go full send on the British accent. Like it was one of those we'll see how hard he commits to this. Either this is a one-time session thing or he's gonna full on commit for the whole entire campaign, and he did. So
Yeah.
To the
I've
bed.
never heard of space.
yeah, I was like, holy shit, he really committed. I think I remember my initial reaction was like, holy shit, Zane. when I heard the initial accent, or when you introduced your character, I was like, holy crap, bro. He's going for it. But yeah, that was my initial thing on Saevel, or at least the accent.
Yeah.
I think for player and character, initial thoughts of the two new players was just they have no idea what they're getting themselves into. That was my initial thought, both in
Yeah.
combat and as characters. Yeah, just they're not prepared.
Those recruits, as they were called,
Yep.
earn their place.
How about for you, Anthony? What'd you think of the initial thoughts on the characters when we first saw them?
I mean, characters are fine. Played a lot of D&D, so I guess you can say I kind of know what to expect when going into new groups and stuff. And one of those things, just kind of hoping people are in their comfort zones, and if they wanted to get outside of their comfort zone, I hope they feel comfortable enough to do so and stick with it. So. I mean, just kind of meeting Zane, I already knew he was gonna be cool, and I felt sorry for who was going to commence with the Fletch pettiness among the council. And I knew Evan could take it because I know Evan personally, but no, it was fine. Like I said, I was just kind of excited and looking forward to continuing the campaign.
Yeah. Let's see, was there any other parts of that question? I guess what'd you guys think of coming in midway through a campaign? Because I know that could be weird.
I've never come in through a campaign midway before, so I had no idea what to expect. I was just gonna roll with it. So yeah.
How about for you, Evan?
Yeah, it was a little disorienting at first. It definitely got smoother with time. All these council characters, and for example, I wasn't sure if they had been established as characters or whatever, or everyone was meeting them for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And even I want to say even in the later last quarter of the game, I was still learning stuff from back before, oh, that kind of changes everything a little bit. like I didn't realize, for example, that the dragon cult had been like a different kind of movement before they showed up being like the evil dragon cult. You know,
Yeah. So it's just like
Little
the
things like
history
that.
stuff. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's or the
which is
lore,
to be
I guess.
expected going halfway through.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess that would have been like either on Kenny's side or like just giving a small introductory, because like I would assume your characters would at least know some knowledge of it, maybe. Just because it's current happenings and stuff like that, or
Right.
and also just getting thrown into into this shit as your characters. As for like the council, we only honestly knew 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
We knew this guy over here, the dwarf, and Leosin. We didn't really care for the dwarf because it was like one of those weird moments in the module where it's just like we did all this crazy shit, and then when we met him, considering it's like the guilds and stuff like that, or whatever things that are called, like the Harpers are called, he was part of
Factions.
he was like part of another one, and he like wanted to judge us and see like if we are worthy of like working with him and stuff, and I was like, did you not see our resume?
I have references.
Yeah, so we were kind of like iffy on those guys in general, and just kind of like, all right, it was like, why do we have to prove ourselves, or, you know, like and then the things he gave us, we smashed them, like racing and or shooting arrows and stuff like that, or strength test and like an arm wrestling contest or something like that, and yeah, we like absolutely obliterated them. So this is like okay. So
Fletch
that
was like, "Oh, you think you got sharpshooter?
Yeah.
And I'm like level 4 or something, level 3, and I still beat you. Whatever."
So like those kind of led to the potential like, hey, recruit and stuff like that to you guys, because you know, we came in and they judged us and wanted to test us, and then they're giving us their own members, so we're obviously going to do the same to them.
The vicious cycle.
This is a vicious cycle. It's a little revenge to the NPCs, even though it's, you know, to player character stuff. It's not like the fictional characters will give a shit, but it was, yeah. That's where like the intention originally came from.
I see.
And also like why we didn't give a shit about like, you know, practically almost making out with an apple between us, because we just didn't take this whole shit seriously. We're just like, hey, just send us on the next thing so, you know, we could continue doing our job.
Which was a complete culture shock for Saevel, who was used to like a regimented stuff like that.
No, yeah. But yeah, I guess this was also like a small introductory thing to like Cephas, which was my second character, I guess you could say, because that was a backup character just in case we didn't get the extra players, or if we only got one player and we still wanted a cleric in the group, because one of the previous players that also left was the cleric. So potentially he was gonna be like, I was just gonna play 2 characters. But we ended up turning him, considering we got the 2 players, we ended up turning him into an NPC that I still roleplayed as someone that took over the keep that we ended up getting, because the white dragon that we mentioned that we took out at the end of the last, like the Horde of the Dragon Queen, had a really big hoard of gold that we had no idea what the fuck to do with. So I ended up talking to Kenny about that, of like, hey, what could we do with all this gold? There's potential we could just get a keep. And that's when the council like kind of for, you know, doing all these things for us, here's, you know, the deed to the keep. And then yeah, Cephas was in charge of like uptake and like getting it up and running and all that stuff. And I think that's where our characters ended up going next. But that'll, we just gonna talk about that briefly. As following that, that's when we followed up on the council telling us where the possibility where the Drakhorn is. I do not remember if the council gave us all the information on the Drakhorn. I think it was just the potential threat it could pose, which is basically it could just control dragons across the whole entire continent, correct?
Yeah, in a way, it kind of drew dragons to a single location.
Mm-hmm. And it just basically made them mind control them to fight for them, basically.
Yeah.
Because then that's when we
Was it-
were. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, I feel like I vaguely remember something about McCath being one of their people, which is why they were worried about her.
Yeah, so she was. I forget what order she's from, but that's kind of what also sent us on that travel north was McCath the Crimson, a sorcerer, tiefling that was a sorcerer who was researching the Drakhorn, was north.
Just from the Arcane Brotherhood.
Arcane Brotherhood, yeah.
Got it.
And she was in an area called the Sea of Moving Ice. And she had information on the Drakhorn and stuff like that. I don't remember if the council had the Cult of the Dragon had her. It was just she was missing, and that was the last location she was at. So yeah, that's when chapter 10. That's when we get sent north.
Oh man.
I guess for this chapter, to cover the beginning thing, because it was just kind of travel sequence. I guess it was kind of getting to know each other a little bit more, or getting to first interactions with the characters, in a travel situation, as well as a combat situation. But I think the only thing I remember from that travel thing was, again, Penumbra and Fletch just competing over fishing and just shooting fish out of the water, just seeing who could get the most. But yeah, what do you guys remember about the first part of this chapter?
I remember interacting with Fletch, and it was just the only thing going through Saevel's head was the scene from One Punch Man. Who's this sassy small child?
Who's a sassy small child?
Yeah.
That's fair.
It was interesting interacting with that, because I sort of tried to play Saevel as a established dude, since we were already level 7 at that point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so he's just interacting with her. It was just okay, new blood, I get it. Okay, I'm new blood, I get it. Okay, I'm new blood, I get it.
There was a point in that whole section, and I was just I do hope Zane takes this as this is in character, not Anthonie actually bullying him. I think I had to actually establish that. It was please understand, Zane. Anthonie just does this. He's not trying to kick you out or scare you away.
No, I understood that.
Because yeah, I guess for you, Anthonie, what was your in character going treating them, your idea for it?
It's one of those things. One, a little bit of pettiness that Fletch has, and going through. Two, she's getting a little bit back of herself. So she was kind of being that annoying little sister, you know, so to speak. And just kept it going, and then we're just going to see, you know, how people react or whatever it was, you know, from it. So, but it was just, you know, again, like the character Fletch being Fletch, from that.
I also remember a moment in there where it was like when we were taking a long rest in the night, and it was just freezing cold, and Penumbra and Fletch just like, well, later nerds, and then we just jump into the ring.
Zane made the well, I should say Saevel made the Leona's tiny hut, and we went and again, as part of pettiness, going inside the hut, saying how dreary it was still, and then going inside the ring, inside the hut, which was kind of like.
And then, well, it was also I'm pretty sure we specifically told him what was in the ring too.
I couldn't remember.
Like, oh, we're just gonna go into this warm, you know, cozy ring with a bunch of pillows and shit, and good luck, guys.
I forgot it was just me, Renford, and Zam. In there.
Yeah. And then I think some of the other crew members that were also like freezing their asses off, also kind of like, man, those fucks. They have shelter.
Yeah, they're like all like ice frozen on their clothes and like stiff and cold.
Just looking in through the window, like their nose against the glass. Must be nice. Yeah, honestly, I was gonna say the same. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna continue on.
I was gonna say that. So, like, what I mainly remember was like being inside the hut as well. That was a good leg of the journey.
Yeah. Because I was like, again, it was like it took us like 3-ish days. I think it was supposed to be a week, but I think we rolled the encounters and we ended up like rolling, I guess, too well to the point where we actually picked up speed, or like there's just clear weather and we just made it there. But there was like one thing I wanted to ask you guys specifically was the first combat.
I think we did run onto someone on the ice.
Yeah, we ran into like 2 different combats on the ice. I can't specifically remember what the monster. I think some of them could have been ice trolls or something similar.
That's right.
There was also like water-based creatures that were also there. That they were pretty big and chunky. I guess for Evan and Zane, what was your first like reaction when you saw us in combat? If you remember that specific combat.
I remember, like for me thinking like, wow, these guys hit really fucking hard for level 7s.
Yeah, we do. Who's a sassy little child? Oh shit. He's going to work.
Yeah, as for Saevel, he like if that's when it finally clicked. I'm like, okay, this is why the council hired these guys.
Yeah,
right.
it's very much that like, man, why are these guys so sassy or think they're like top like hot shit? The fuck do they think they are? That's who they are.
That's right. They did drop 2 heads on the table.
Oh, they did kill a giant like a white dragon.
Oh, there's the boat.
Gonna drop it there just for the show it.
Yeah.
This one where old dude was running across the iceberg, right?
I think that was one of the encounters for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think that was the second to last. Was that's when we found one of the tribe members of like a small group that was living on the ice.
Yeah.
And then that's when we actually like made it there. But I guess real fast for like my initial thoughts on like you guys in combat. It was very funny seeing you guys react to the DPS that we were pulling out.
Right.
And then I don't remember who went first, but I do remember like Zane doing like a magic missile spell and doing like, you know, the 4 to 5 damage on each of the targets or whatever, and then it was just like, oh, he did like 12 damage, that's adorable. Watch this kid. And then unfortunately for, you know, Evan's character being a melee character, trying to get up into the fight was, you know, a pain in the ass. And for me it was like very much just like it's like watching you guys realize certain things of like, okay, either I need to like hit with these hard with these spells, or for Evan's character I need to like somehow get into the fray faster, like on first turn. So it's fun, like, you know, seeing the wheels like suddenly spin up. If that makes sense for you guys.
Yeah. I had very little experience with that high tier level of play, but at that point, I had, you know, again, previously board campaign, I had just made it to level 8, so that, you know, it didn't last very long. So this is my first time as a level 8 in a, you know, official mod, you know, and seeing the variety that could entail.
And then I'm assuming from Zane's pick and cantrips, that was also his first time making a spellcaster or like a high level spellcaster, because your only damaging cantrip at the time was Booming Blade, correct?
yeah, like the only spellcasters that I played before was like a sorcerer or warlock or something. You know, the simple shit. You have this many spell slots, you do this many things per day, go for it. Man, Wizard's just
crap?
Wizard's just like an open book, but you have to write it first.
You have to write the book. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Great metaphor. Poker describes.
I remember after that first session, like before the second session, you asked me, it's like, hey, you know how like prepared spells work, right? I'm like, yeah, of course I do. And like I looked at my character sheet and I had forgotten to click which spells that I prepared, so I just had them in my head.
It just had, because I don't remember how I had access, or I was helping you make it, or no, I wasn't helping you make it. I think I got a glimpse of it, or you showed it to us, like you streamed it to us, and then we're like, I was like, because I think you were like pulling certain like a lot of the different, using all the different spells as if you had them all prepared. So I think that's where like the question came up or something like that. Also the fact that I didn't know how the fuck wizards worked. I don't know how many prepared shit it had. All I know is that the red little button thing wasn't pressed and it wasn't glowing, and I was like, man, this man has access to a bunch of shit. What the fuck? But yeah, I guess moving on to like running into the people on the ice. I don't remember if it was a tribe or it was like
There's one person.
Well, we met the one person, but he belonged to that that city, or I won't say city, that small tribe. And then, you know, we rescued him from, I believe, a bear, right?
That sounds right.
Yeah, we rescued him, put him on the boat. He guided us the rest of the way there. And then that's when we met those people. They were very, like, they didn't trust us for shit until like we had Zamrakar 1v1. It was like a challenge of strength. One of their guys, I believe, right?
I don't think it was as much as they didn't trust us, but they were going to set us up anyway.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess from our point of view as the players is that, you know, like, why are these guys trusting us, you know, or like, why are they like really jumpy and stuff like that? Hindsight, yeah, it's because they were going to betray our asses in the first place. Or they're just going to be like, man, who are these random people that just showed up, you know, here, and we're kind of like under new management and they told us to do this, and we don't want to, you know, piss those guys off because They told us they'll wipe us out if we don't, knock these guys out. But yeah, like we had that little fight, or Zamrakar had that fight, 1v1. We caught some of the was it chief or the person that's head of the tribe?
Oh, it wasn't the chief. It was like their spiritual, like leader, I think.
Yeah, the shaman or whatever
The
thing.
shaman, yeah.
We caught her like kind of cheating, trying to heal her fighter. That was a moment where like Saevel counterspelled the shit out of it, or used no, it was the repurpose, right?
Yeah, it was the forceful repurposing. I tried to very slightly do the forceful repurposing. I don't remember. Did that end up working?
Yeah, it ended up working, and he ended up healing Zamrakar instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that fight, Zamrakar totally just won. They took us to like a little house or whatever for us to long rest, and then they brought us food. And me, Penumbra at the time, was just like, these guys seem pretty chill. I'm just gonna, it's fish too, and I'm a cat girl? Yeah, I'm just gonna eat all this shit up. And no one else had any or anything like that. And the next thing we know, like a couple hours later, she's unconscious, poisoned.
Yep.
And I think this was also like an interesting turning point in the story for like for all the characters like understanding each other, because the whole the whole traveling here was like who's a sassy elf telling us what to do, and like this arrogance and stuff like that, who's this like quiet cat girl that's just following her around, or following this elf around. And then you got to see like a vulnerable point.
Yeah.
So what was your guys' like, what was going through your guys' minds through that whole situation?
For me as a player, I was like, okay, cool, these characters have quite a bit of depth. For Saevel, when that happened, and I remember Fletch going like very close to going off the rails, and I'm like, oh god, this is she's reactive, she's gonna fuck this up for everyone. How do I calm her down?
I'm gonna kill everyone.
Oh right, yeah, because she was responding to the fact that she got poisoned.
Yeah. And he was like, okay, I've never done this relating to people thing. How do I do it?
I'm gonna blow the whole operation.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How about you, Evan?
That's man, it's going so far back. I'm trying to remember all the details. I was so focused on like playing level 8, catching along with the story and plot, and also like at the time I was very like trying to figure out like the mystery of stuff, like what's the fuck is up with this island, like what's going on here, why were they cheating during that one little bit, and then of course why poisonous afterwards. So I think at that time I was still getting to know the characters. I think that for me, that getting to know them probably came a little bit later. After that, I was so like plot focused at the time.
Yeah.
And talking to animals, obviously.
What about you, Anthony?
Guys found out later on why. So, for you guys, for Evan and Zane, when you met Fletch, he had just kind of crossed off kind of like some of the last names off of her list. Those are like the main people that orchestrated, the essential, death of her family, whatever. So she was like, okay, that's business taken care of. I remember even going like, hey, I'm gonna actually do her natural face. She's not going to be in hiding or disguise or anything like that, and doing the assassin thing. She's going to actually try to be herself, and try to play around a little bit more. So that's kind of where like she was like teasing you guys like so much before, and then when that happened, she was already kind of, I think she was kind of slightly on edge. No, actually, she wasn't really even on edge. She saw that, they tried to cheat. She didn't eat the fish because she was a vegetarian. But she had such an adverse effect because, one, she didn't know exactly what was going on with someone she cared about. Two, like, attempted murder is one thing, but it was with poison. And as you guys know later on in the story, especially with the Green Dragon, poison was a big thing for her. So that kind of completely set her off. So she went from that, hey, I'm gonna try to reclaim my life, be, teasing, be this, this elf going around trying to have fun, to the best of her abilities, straight back to the assassin mode that she was before she met you guys. And yes, it was about to go off, she was about to go off, but it was like, all right, obviously work isn't finished, time to clock back into work. And she immediately went, to that, I'm about to fuck them up, I'm about to fucking kill everything here. And you just added a whole fucking extra, chapter 2, or book 2, to these lists now. So I think it was interesting. I know, people are supposed to kind of get drawn back into, the second part of the campaign. And, for whatever reasons, supposedly, it's supposed to stop, this cult, for bringing back, Tiamat. But that brought her, kind of back to it. It's like, oh, if we don't take care of them and wipe them out, then they're constantly going to be coming no matter what I do, no matter where I try to live my life in peace and stuff like that, they're going to continue. So, yeah, I mean, I hope I did it, kind of right, where it's literally flipping a switch. But yeah, because there was that vulnerable moment, make sure, Umbra's all right. If she's not going to be all right, then yeah, there's going to be all hell to pay. And then even if she is okay, there's still going to be hell to play, just a little bit less, for that one.
Yeah.
And her pettiness, she's stealing her necklace again and stuff like that. She could have murdered her. She was looking at her.
Oh yeah. Because it's funny because this section kind of just showed how much history the characters had from the previous the first half. Because akin to what Anthonie was saying, Penumbra was basically trying to get Fletch to do that, basically to not look over her shoulder all the time and say hey, it's okay. And then she fucked up and got poisoned. So it was taking baby steps forward, and then this shit happened, and it was 3 huge steps back. And afterwards, that's when Penumbra realized what the fuck happened when she woke up, and it's just fuck. Realized what Fletch was going through again and stuff like that. And I think at that time that's when Penumbra was trying to figure out ways of okay, now I just need to get poison resistance at this point. This was I think also the time when I was reworking the assassin class and stuff like that. So I think at that time I also oh no, definitely that's going to be part of the rework, is that a resistant to poison and stuff like that, just so shit like this, it's harder for it to happen. Because again, thinking about Anthonie's character and my character, what she, what she wants for Fletch, is definitely not to see someone she cares about being poisoned to death again. So yeah, it was very that whole scene was very in the moment of the scene, I was just oh, I'm glad it happened. As the player, because I'm oh, man, I just watched everyone suddenly go from man, who are these who's this sassy child who's all this shit, to suddenly oh shit, this is real.
Yeah.
There are stakes now.
These are this person genuinely cares about this person. It's not a joke. It's not it's this character genuinely cares about them and is willing to wipe out a village for them. So
Yeah, and it really, for Saevel, it wasn't until Penumbra got better
Mhm.
and like able to talk her down when he realized that.
Oh
Because
yeah.
because all of that context, Saevel didn't know any of that at all. So all he sees is this hyper girl that like is outgoing and teases people all the time, and then as soon as someone gets crossed, like she goes like, I'm gonna kill everyone. And Saevel's thought was, this bitch is fucking crazy. But then
Unhinged.
it was Penumbra like talking her down that like helped him get a little bit more context
Mhm.
Yeah.
for that. It's like, okay, maybe I should be a little bit more understanding towards this person.
Hmm. That's why I love that scene so much. One of many weirdly bonding scenes. But for now, before we move on to the next part, Anthony, would you like to roll a d20 for me?
No.
Fine. Oh, cool. Zane, what's your question?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. Okay, Kenny.
All right.
How much more difficult would the falling dungeon have been if we had not figured out what was going on in the village? Or if we had, like, fucked up and accused the shaman of being the figurehead behind all the funny business going on?
So, if you guys hadn't figured out like what was going on in the village, or did end up getting poisoned by the fish, essentially you would have been put unconscious, poisoned, and then dropped down inside the dungeon, where you'd had to have pretty much started the whole dungeon with the poison condition.
Ooh.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things in D&D where it's just like, no matter what, they're gonna head to this dungeon. This dungeon. It's just
Yeah.
how are they gonna get there?
Yeah.
And in what condition? So yeah, if we all just ate the fish and got dragged down there, or yeah, half the party would have just been like, if half the party ate the fish and then the other half are like, the townspeople showed up and it's like, yep, you're going down there. And threatened them. But yeah. But yeah, basically for continuing this chapter, I guess kind of skipping some of the going through the cave, because I think the only thing that really like I guess first introduction of Renford kind of being like, maybe we should talk them through, and kind of like it was very much the first time seeing us in action of like dungeon crawling, and like how much our group was SEAL Team 6.
Yeah.
Where it's just like Fletch and Penumbra at point and just ready to just like snipe whoever was walking through that was basically a potential threat that we fought in the past, that were like, oh yeah, we're just gonna wipe them out. And then here's Renford behind us going, hey guys, how about we don't?
Have you considered diplomacy?
Diplomacy? and and Penumbra and Fletch looking back and just going, the fuck is that? I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it tastes awful. I guess like for you, Evan, real fast, just like thoughts on like how we handled shit initially, and yeah, like going forward with Renford about dealing with us and
Yeah, I
our
realized
ways.
I had unwillingly kind of made a bit of a character foil there, as far as like the very nature of how he approaches conflict, really. Which it kind of made an interesting contrast, because they're so used to this, and they're used to going on these kind of adventures, and Renford's like, well, hold on, maybe there's an easier way. Like, no, it's the hard way. They had their chance.
Let's
That's the easy way that they did.
yeah, I was gonna say sometimes it was the easy way, because
Right.
I guess the thing with like in character combat, and like unless the situation really like helped us because we were very much playing two rogue characters. Anthonie was basically playing an assassin by not being an assassin, but it was still very much the surprise round that like gave us our advantages in combat. I mean, if we just sent Renford off by himself, and then the moment it went bad, we just sniped everyone in the room, then that could have been the strat.
I think that we did it exactly once with the troll in the hallway.
Oh no, yeah, that's exactly what happened. And then the troll was just like, he was kind of almost down for it. He was almost like
Right.
convinced, and then he's like,
Of
but
course.
my duties were to like my orders are to kill anyone who's here. So sorry. And we're like, well.
And of course, I still never do surprise rounds right.
Well, I mean, surprise rounds is an iffy thing, and we kind of just changed it to where, because surprise rounds were basically a thing for just Penumbra, honestly, like because assassins are finicky with surprise rounds. I think at that point I would have had to have been very vocal of like, hey, I need to be the one that like strikes first, basically, and to set off the surprise, because if I don't, then my subclass is basically dead and I'm just a straight up rogue. So yeah, but we basically changed it to, as long as Penumbra beats the person on the initiative order and it's the first round of combat, she gets that crit and the advantage and all the assassin perks and stuff like that. So that's basically just kind of how we ran that shit. But yeah, for that like whole map and stuff like that, we kind of just sped through it, just because I don't even remember how many sessions it took us to even get there, but also like we knew there was a dragon in the area, and that I think at that point that's when we figured it out. And we're like, yeah, we're potentially going to be fighting a dragon, so we don't want to fuck with anything else in this cave and just use up resources. So that's when we just went straight, found that troll, found the room that Macath was in, talked to her, told her like, hey, in order for you to escape, we just need to like scare off the dragon or kill it. Oh, they're scrying on you? Saevel removes that shit.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's fucking get in there and fight this dragon.
Yeah.
But yeah, as for the fight, I mean, I guess because a majority of like this beginning part is going to be me asking Zane and Evan about this shit, because this is their first introduction to a lot of things at level 7. What was your guys' thoughts fighting a dragon for like the first time?
Yeah. I remember that so vividly, and especially the anticipation before the fight, because we were all aware that this is going to happen somewhere. And then reach that stage like, oh, it looks like an order to go fight this dragon. We had to go down. I think we either hopped down or we went down a rope. But it's definitely like, oh, this is like, the final chapter's like, hey, go do shit now, because this is where it's about to happen, basically. So that anticipation, like going in there, I believe it was like pitch black, like, oh shit, it could come from any. I was legit scared. Like this could happen, because I don't know what's going on. I don't know how it's going to happen. And of course, the fight itself was, a fight. And it was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
So for
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, man, watching like Zane's character like literally shit himself in character was hilarious. Because what was it? He used the mirror image, and then immediately the dragon lands right on top of him and immediately kills 2 mirror images.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh shit! I'm like, yeah, he's not gonna hit me. Never mind.
That's when you saw the to hit on a dragon, and that's an adult dragon.
Yeah.
And then realized, oh.
Yeah. That actually like changed how I was going to like how I built Saevel after that mechanically. Like I realized like I should probably be more of like a debuff and buff support because like and try to make myself impossible to hit because I'm really squishy.
Because I think that was one of the initial things. It's like either kind of like also guiding you in a way because I knew Saevel, obviously being a wizard, had access to the fly spell. As well as like Zamrakar being the barbarian that obviously can't fly, to hit the dragon is very much as like, okay, here's a good way to start. Make Zamrakar fly. I think it ended up happening towards like the end of that fight or like in the middle. I can't quite remember. Because I remember like either that or you lost concentration immediately on fly, or there was something that was there was like something that was preventing it from like really. Yeah, I think you guys took a cold breath to the face, and Saevel was just barely in it. Yeah, I
went down to like 2 HP or something like that.
Like half for you were pretty low. Yeah. It was also convenient or like lucky for us that Evan's character got a ring of cold resistance there.
I was just thinking about that just now.
We're like, we're gonna put that on the frontliner as well.
Yeah. Yes, please.
But yeah, unfortunately for us, we weren't able to kill this dragon as it was able to escape, as it had a swim speed, and the map we were fighting it on had escape tunnels for water and stuff. So this specific dragon was able to get away. But that led us to exploring the rest of the cave and finding a certain NPC that was a small kid in a cage.
Yep.
So what was everyone's initial thought on who the fuck this kid was?
I mean, I obviously made the joke right out the gate. And one of the reasons why I also made the joke, knowing that dragons could polymorph, is the description Kenny had gave us earlier. I don't remember if it was a session before or not, but or even at the council, but they mentioned a spellcaster dragon, and I knew that the one we fought ran like a bitch and didn't cast any spells. So I'm like, where's this spellcaster dragon? And I'm like, oh, I guess it's this little kid, but if it's being cool right now, then sure. And then I remember, just kind of like, hey, you're a little dragon in a cage or something like that, or and same thing, like when I think Saevel or Renford, one of them, like because Frost was acting like he was about to sneeze or something.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, you just let your dragon breath right out on his hand and stuff. He was kind of like messing around for that one. Didn't know, for sure, but it was just one of those things that, Fletch was just fucking around with, given the information given, and it ended up being right.
It was funny for me because, like, in that situation, in character as out of character, I was like, this is a fucking dragon. Like Penumbra was just like, this has to be a dragon. Like, there's no fucking way. She just didn't say anything because Fletch was already like joking about it, and it was just very much that like, well, I mean, why would this dragon be caged, be a kid, and why are they super chill with us? Like most dragons we fought or like were always just like automatically, attacking us. So what's the deal with this one? So it's kind of like, let's give this thing a chance. If it wanted us dead, it would have done so already, or at least attacked us, because we literally just finished fighting their dad. So I'm just gonna watch this kid and see the shenanigans that's gonna happen, and stuff like that. But yeah, how about for everyone else, like in that situation?
So I didn't know that dragons could polymorph. Yeah, I remember how I did it in characters. Like, Renford does not. He does not think big term. He's like, oh, I can be a hero right fucking now. So go straight to the kid. Freeze it. Consequences be damned. And then like, oh shit, he could have killed us. Like, oh shit, there's a mind game thing going on here.
Oh no, that's what started the trust issues?
No, yeah.
Question. So you didn't know dragons could polymorph, but you knew of the existence of half dragons.
You did?
No, are you talking about you, Evan, or are you talking about Renford?
I'm just see that there's a lot of things that were that lack of knowledge overlapped. Because like I didn't even know about like adult versus young versus like ancient dragons. Like that was like a foreign concept to me too. I hadn't like looked into it prior to that campaign. And yeah, I guess the possibility when you were joking about it, the possibility kind of existed in my mind. Like, oh, that could be a thing. But I figured, oh, he's probably like a sacrifice to the dragon, just because that's what they were trying to do with us. But that, to me, at the time, that seemed the more likely explanation.
I've come to find out, especially since yesterday's session, when I tend to just mess around, I am somehow in sync with Kenny's surprises.
Man.
Well, Kenny, were you tempted to change it when you realized Anthonie was onto you?
No, he's like, you son of a bitch.
So, quick detour. Remember Faust and Abyss and stuff like that? Remember we were just kind of indoor joking around.
Yeah.
And I was joking around with like, he's got no knees or something. He's probably gonna have no knees when he shows up. And then Kenny's like, he messaged me. He's like, damn it, like you know what I was thinking about. And then he showed me the picture of like Faust in a wheelchair and stuff. So
same wavelength
so
over here.
It's funny in like storytelling things of like there's certain like obvious story beats and stuff like that where you can tell certain shit's gonna happen too. Because I mean, I either at the time I knew dragons could polymorph into humans and stuff like that, or like I knew that was through other media that was a possibility, or like things could happen like that. I didn't know mechanically in D&D that was a thing. I just knew in a story aspect that it could totally be a possibility, in the fact that like reading the in between the lines of like, again, like how I went through the thought process of like this has to be a dragon. There's certain moments where you can tell like story beats and stuff like that. I mean, Anthonie does that in the in between campaign constantly. It was like, oh yeah, we met this character, who's probably gonna totally betray us, but until then, I was like, oh, okay. Just gonna say it out loud. All right, fuck it. Now it's like if they do or not, it's who fucking knows. But in certain moments like that, it's like it's obvious story beats. You introduce a character, especially when I introduce another character that did betray them. So then suddenly it's just like, okay, it's other NPCs can probably totally do it as well.
Well, the question is really, because I'm pretty sure the module just had us fight them, and I think this was more of Kenny's creation.
Sure.
Can you like confirm that, or can you like? Well, I mean, I know the character Frost himself.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this dragon is supposed to be an ally, or if we're actually just supposed to fight. What was the thought process behind that, Kenny?
So, like, originally reading the encounter and stuff, it's like the dragon is supposed to go away after a certain hit point, and then like try to heal itself, and then come back after you. But I was like, no, I kind of like this idea better. And then at first the Frost was just going to be like the polymorphed version of that first dragon, but then as things kind of progress, it's like, nope, yeah, no, he's a kid.
And then we had a dragon for our campaign. We wanted to
No,
fast travel
definitely.
everywhere.
I definitely liked it better.
Who knew this?
Yeah.
Who knew this one NPC idea would just, we
Take
we all
off.
just end up loving it.
Yeah.
And just become a important part of like, the keep and, progressing forward.
I would also say unintentional, again, plot, point. Not only, did that poison happen earlier, Fletch just came across this, little kid, just seeing a little boy, and after everything, she remembered some of her younger brothers and stuff like that too. So that's why she was immediately kind of like taking, the Frost in this form, and a little bit more protective of him as well.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, definitely went from something small to something major.
But yeah, after that, meeting Frost and saving Macath, and getting as much information over the Draghorn we can. Basically, we learned that the Draghorn was transferred to, the Well of Dragons, which is a major theme of, the end of every single one of these chapters in the future, is that apparently the princess is always in another castle.
Always.
And this chapter being no different. But yeah, we eventually do go back to the keep and get our next mission, which in this case it doesn't really have. So in the module it is split into 2 different chapters, but you can do either one, so it's chapter 11 or 12.
Oh yeah.
But for the image I'm showing, this is chapter 12. This one, for the other images, it doesn't have one for chapter 11 because they just consider it like one weird big chapter. So for the one that we actually go on is we have an informant that tells us that there is a worm speaker that that can be found and located, as Varam the White is in a certain area. Unknown to who this contact is for Saevel and Renford, all they know is that Penumbra and Fletch seem to trust them. Weirdly so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they stole our horses.
What's funny is that, so it's also perfect because not only stole our horses, stole Renford's horse.
I forgot that part. It's personal.
So, specifically, it was that one, which is hilarious in hindsight. But for now, considering this is, wrong image and stuff like that, yeah, I'll see if I can find the map that we found on. But yeah, we ended up traveling, kind of found like this small traveling inn, correct? That's when they left us a note. What was that, Zane?
It was like a bar and a tent, right?
Yeah, basically. And that's basically like where we got a note from Talus saying, I'll lead you there. Or like, here's the location. I'm already on my way. Thanks for the horse, by the way. Later, nerds. But then yeah, that's when we started traveling and stuff like that. We have ran into random encounters, and that's when we kind of got to see like Renford negotiating skills. Kid. Yeah, the ghost kid, and like, hey, we don't have to fight this ghost kid. We could just soothe them to go back to rest or something like that. There it is.
Find it?
Yeah.
If the X is still there.
But actually, one thing I could do right now is show you guys what the whole map looks like, because just turn off. Oh wait, my lighting is off. That's right. I would have to delete the shadow stuff. Anyways, but yeah, so eventually, like after following Talus and like running into random encounters and stuff like that, we eventually make it into this place, which, give me 1 second as I'm trying to remember what the fuck this place is called.
Tomb of Didarius.
Yeah, the Tomb of Didarius. And this is actually where I started recording.
Oh.
Was immediately at the beginning of this.
Wow.
There's the rest. Hopping in.
My favorite part was like us, like starting out here not knowing what the fuck this place was. Me and Renford hiding behind these statues, and then the fucking statues talking to us.
Yeah. Knowledge or wisdom?
And I'm like, what? And the fun, like, I guess that's a funny thing to ask you guys for. Thing about the character, for my character at least, is I think it was kind of introduced at the beginning or mentioned, but not in character maybe, that she is mute. And in that moment with the statues, is like, give me your answer. I can't. I literally can't.
It's pantomime in Trades game.
Does the statue know thieves can't sign language? But I guess, yeah, I don't know if your character's new at the time or like found out, or I guess for everyone's thoughts on like Penumbra's thing for the new players that unable to talk.
I feel like that kid. Oh, go ahead, Zane.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say like I feel like we noticed that early on, as far like even before this map, as far as like her not being able to talk. I forget how it was explained to us. I know like there's a telepathy thing going on with her and Fletch.
Right.
But yeah, that's the first time it became like a
problem.
It kind of backfired. Yeah, backfired for her specifically.
There was other moments before, like in the older campaign, like Penumbra would scout ahead, and then that's why we came up with the scarf that like let us telepathically talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was moments where oh no, it was the other way around, where Fletch would go forward, tell Penumbra, and then Penumbra would just be like, look at the other party members and was like, fuck.
Does anyone have that pen and paper?
Yeah, she still did, but I mean in the middle of combat when she's holding on to a crossbow and then we're in darkness. But there was like I think I just defaulted to like combat, like military signs, like just doing those. And either people joking about like, I don't understand what she's saying. Are you telling us to go? No. But yeah, I guess real fast, because I mean through all this it was kind of just a dungeon crawl thing, where it's just like kill trolls at the entrance, loot, traps, potential more traps that we were able to avoid, not pissing off Didarius, the mummy lord, to fight a fucking mummy lord. I guess for you guys, like, and then as well as Kenny, what was your thought of this whole entire like dungeon?
Like, probably like, oh look, traps and more traps.
I think this was definitely one of the most dangerous dungeons that we've ever went through. Like, holy shit, the traps actually like almost killed one of us.
Right, we had like we had our Indiana Jones scene.
Forgot about the boulder.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
fucking Misty Step to the rescue, Jesus.
and then you can see some of my random notes on there now, Frank.
Oh yeah.
I can't see them, but
Like on the numbers and stuff, or oh no, that would be GM only.
Let me just put them on the token list.
I guess it just depends on which.
Oh.
Oh, I see them now. Yeah. Okay. Try and persuade against combat. Man. I love that every turn, every time Evan's character tried to like negotiate, it just went horribly wrong. Like it wasn't even us, the players that was against it. It was just Kenny as well.
Yeah.
Kenny's here for blood.
Fucking Talus coming out of nowhere and just killing the dude, and just having the Yanti just go nuts over it was just like, well, negotiations have failed.
It's go time, ladies and gentlemen.
But yeah, what did you guys think? I guess yeah, again, real fast, like, what did you guys think of this, like, this dungeon?
This was a fun dungeon.
It was so fun. Yeah. Like, even the very first trap with this, like, that two-dimensional, like, phoenix thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was very unique. Like, it kind of sticks out in my memory. How dangerous that was.
The chimera.
Yeah, the tile chimera.
Yeah.
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 You know, the near death passing over this ravine over here. I feel like that was pretty scary. Just, you know, running across.
I like playing around outside, but I remember I think I walked away for a little bit because I had to use the bathroom. When I came back, like the Sphinx, or not the Sphinx, but the Yuan-Ti had that bow, and I remember Renford like he was like so heated or something. He's like, you know, we'll not kill people by going in this room, you know, first, or like, you know, we'll make sure not to kill people, you know, right out the gate. And I was off to the side looking at the new bow. I'm like, I'm gonna kill so many people with this bow. But yeah, I definitely like the dungeon. Pretty fun.
Oh, look at that. It's connected lore. They make Oregon.
Let's see. So then, yeah, we went through, found the tomb, found the secret thing to the snake thing. I think our only thing for this dungeon was like either not figuring out like why they were here in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
and just like running into things and being like, this is weird. It's like, huh, I wonder why this dude's here. Like finding the scrying pole and finding out, oh, you need a full blood sacrifice in order to use it.
Yeah.
And us going like, well, we don't have any of those and we're not planning on using each other, so but yeah, it was a lot of figuring out puzzles, figuring out things. I love the moment we got to because I think it was this room was with the bearded devils.
Yeah.
That was the one time Evan, I think we did kind of talk to him, or yeah, I think, did you actually like go up to him and try to talk to him again?
I think Renford was holding himself back at that point because, you know, for devils and demons, which at the time I thought were interchangeable because, you know, but, you know, he had definitely holding it in, and he saw what the party was going on with, like, you know, it's for the mission, you know, keep down with your head down. And they attacked us anyway, and he felt so vindicated. Like, of course you couldn't trust them. Obviously, they're devils.
More trust issues.
Yeah.
There were instructions was to not let anyone go through that door, or anyone that enters through that way.
Because they were very chill with us kind of just being there, but not going any further. Like, they did not want us to like pass that point, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I put the fear of God into them.
So
you can bribe them.
yeah, you could bribe them. Yeah. So I guess a little interesting thing of like to know of like because I read a little bit about this chapter and like why, because I was also curious. The reason why the guy we were chasing was here is because the white dragon mask was actually taken from him.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just out and about in the world. So that's why he was trying to use the scrying pull to figure out where it was. So he can, find it again and not get murdered by the cult of the dragon because, he lost one of the dragon masks. I guess there was a potential of us capturing him and finding out more information, but I guess that leads us to towards the end after fighting through the Anthonie and then kind of like not fully killing all of them and finding out, oh, this is just, I guess their families and stuff like that, and they're just
killing their children.
just murdering their
We're
kids.
the monsters.
We're the monsters here. Yeah, Penumbra had some awkward, like, oh man, I feel bad now. But yeah, then we made it here towards the end, and negotiations went through again, and yeah, this is when Renford tried to do negotiations, and
Yep.
my good old friend
surprised.
Talus just murders the dude.
Like, finally, some answers, and she's dead.
This was an insane like domino effect.
It
there.
really
yeah.
was.
The build
Holy
up.
shit. It was so funny. Like, I didn't know Kenny was gonna go that hard. Like, Penumbra was surprised at that moment too. Like, whoa.
Came out the sky like Sephiroth.
So is this the point where we talk about the big argument?
Yeah, basically.
The
ongoing saga. Yeah.
So,
Basically.
from Saevel's perspective, he, in his past, had on his previous mission that he fucked up. He fucked up because he trusted the wrong person.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, thank you, mother. I've been brought pizza.
Nice.
You can trust her.
She has gained that
but,
trust.
he like fucked up because he like trusted the wrong person, and he was like needed to not do that again, and and he'd been warned before going into this is like, hey, look, here are like major prominent people in the cult, like here's who they are, do not fucking trust them. And he was new, he wasn't informed about anybody flipping sides or anything like that, and then we are finally getting somewhere with these Yuan-Ti in this dungeon, and all of a sudden, someone who comes from the sky and fucking kills the person who's giving us information. Drops down, and it just happens to be the person that we're told not to trust. And all of a sudden, we're fighting along this person, and Saevel's like, I'm missing something here. And then Renford's on the same page, and he's like, and he goes, oh god. Oh, no.
Not again.
Not like this.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, Saevel was so passionate about, who the fuck is this? What is going on? Who are you people?
Who are you people?
That's
What are you doing in my house?
Because, like, at that point, it's like, okay, like, are these three people that we joined, like, traitors now?
Right, yeah.
He was so confused.
Yeah. No, it's funny because it's also like it's funny because in character and as a player, like, you guys don't know the relationship that Penumbra had with her.
Yeah.
Like, they grew up as best friends and stuff like that, and so like both, out of character and in character, Kenny just telling you, oh, she's a cult member.
Yeah.
Like
I
do
was
a history check, and it's like, yeah, this name has like her wanted poster or her like name has crossed your paperwork before.
You made her wanted poster.
You made her wanted poster.
Oh, I love that touch. Yeah.
So
I
it's just
beg
like,
your fucking pardon.
yeah. So then suddenly like finding out is like, wait, we've been working for this person the whole time.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I think because yeah, there was so many different emotions going on in this one. Unfortunately, Brawley couldn't. He wasn't present in that session either. So he couldn't really like show what his thoughts were, and we never got the chance to ask him. But yeah, for Penumbra, it was very much at the beginning of this whole like chapter. All we knew is that Talus was helping us and leading us to the Worm Speaker that potentially had a mask. So it was just like, and from previous situations, every time a Worm Speaker has died, the mask vanishes and goes straight to the Well of Dragons. So all it was just she cared about was just like, okay, Talus is helping us. These, we need to keep this dude alive so we can get the dragon mask. As for these the new members, she doesn't, she didn't quite know you guys, and it's not like you guys really asked her. Also, there was never really a chance for her to explain it to you guys. Also, at the time, she didn't have the ability to speak. So, granted, it would have been through the book and it would have just been role-played as such. But considering this whole chapter was go, 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 and then me as the player was expecting, oh, Talus is just going to travel with us through this whole dungeon. And then Kenny switching it to, oh no, she's ahead of us and she's giving us like small hints to the traps that are ahead. So like, yeah, it just basically for Penumbra, she would have told you guys if you asked, and probably didn't tell you guys like exactly what she was, and like, oh yeah, she's a cult member. I think she would have said like, oh, she's a trusted friend, like a childhood friend that saved my life.
Yeah, I don't think you ever came like, hey, who is this informant? Where can it come from you to trust it? And Fletch wasn't going to, that's not her place to give that information away. She didn't trust Talus anyway, but because she trusted Umbra and Umbra trusted her, with one of those things like, okay, we were going along with it, but we'll keep I'm keeping my eyes on you. And in this instant, the reason why like Fletch blew up is when she was watching the fight, like Renford became hyper focused and tried to detain someone that was actively working with them, and they're like, in the middle of a life or death fight. And Zamrakar was taking a lot of poison damage and like almost going down in this fight. Yeah, and because everything was like coated in poison, so yeah, she blew up over that because it essentially took out 3 people. Like when we had a party of 6 essentially. We were now half strength because one thing happened. One person getting swarmed, 2 people were fighting each other, and one person is like at death's door right now. So yeah, she was like real like heated about that.
Yeah, where it's just like basically Renford didn't prioritize like the group, just prioritize stopping the potential mission. Yeah. So it's just like, I think maybe at the beginning you guys did ask, but the way you guys asked it was just so like before we left the keep, because all we told you guys, I very much trust this informant and stuff like that.
I think that's all I asked was like, do you trust this person?
Yeah.
And you nodded, and I was like, okay, cool, good enough for me.
Yeah. So then, but yeah, like as of like who this person was to us, or like why do you trust them so much, it was never really like brought up or like asked, because obviously our characters like we have only been traveling for maybe like 2 weeks or something like that, so it's not like you could just take word for it, or Penumbra's trust in somebody is absolute basically. But
well, from Saevel's perspective, the council told me and Renford just like, trust these people, we don't question their methods because it's good, because
Mhm.
they
It
because
just
they
ends
do
up
good
being
work.
good. Yeah.
Right.
Just trust the process. So I'm like, okay, if the fucking council says
Yeah.
trust these people, then
Mhm.
yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Annie, what were your thoughts? Were you just kind of like sitting back, like doing that evil, like hand thing,
Fight,
like yeah,
fight.
or what was your whole thought about that breaking out?
At first, I was confused on whether it was in character or you two were fighting actual people.
No.
I mean, that's always
Right. That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. You hear that, Evan? We're good actors.
Role played real well.
No, yeah, you get
Yeah.
into character real
Good
well.
job.
Right. Yeah.
Makes me and Kenny worry about like, oh man, this is where the campaign ends.
Yeah. It was a pretty intense moment, like I can't remember if I was like yelling into my mic or whatever, but like I was like so deep. What was that saying?
We were. Both of us were.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
yeah.
I remember Zane actually yelling like, "Who the fuck is this? Who are you people? What is happening?" Like actually,
Right.
like as if he was, in the situation and just yelling it out.
Yeah. That's wild because like obviously we knew about Tal's like at a game, but like I guess we were definitely like building up to like revelation moment. So
Oh yeah.
well, I say at a game, but there's a lot we didn't know at a game, or at least I didn't know at a game. I just knew the name. Obviously, I knew she had my fucking horse. That was which I forgot about in that moment because it was so shocking and dramatic. Like
Yep.
also at the time I thought she was betraying like the group as well, which in a sense she kind of was, but not like because obviously killing him got rid of the mask.
So, I guess the backstory on that is that Talus is a cult member, or was one, because I think that was a thing Kenny kind of changed as well. Because originally, if basically my bond, which is Talus is my best friend, she went missing, and all I knew was the cult took her, and then later on found out she is part of the cult. Figuring that stuff out, she's the thing that was changed that Kenny changed was that she's kind of like still kind of part of the cult, but wanted to do it like the old way type of thing, and doesn't like the way the cult is working now, as well as she was supposed to be in line for the White Worm speaker, and this fucking dwarf took her job. So that's why she just straight up murders him, because this dude literally stole the position that I'd been, wanting for, and potentially could, make changes to the, the things the way I would like the cult to run. So that's why she just straight up like had so much malice for him and would just like, would just straight up kill him. So I understood, like, I was like, oh, okay, that is a Talus thing to do, to fucking kill this dude because she hates his guts. But I was like, I thought she was gonna do it, like, later, or, like, not
like after we learn.
Yeah, like, once we got the situation, like, where the Yanti weren't a thing anymore, like, not pissed off at us and gave in to us, and then kill him. But,
yeah, the Yanti were like, you can take him and let him live, and she's like, no, he dies.
Yeah, that was the other thing. It was very slim that this dude was gonna live, like, no matter what. Either the Yanti priestess was gonna kill him if we failed, like, negotiations, which I think the only way to negotiate them was bribing them or something, or, like, promising never to, like, come here again, or to talk to tell them that we'll tell the council to never send anyone here or provide protection for this area or some shit like that. I don't quite remember what the all the possible like negotiating things, but yeah, basically if we couldn't succeed in the negotiations, this dude was dead.
Right. Bargaining for his life, and it go.
Yeah. So But yeah, but I think my favorite line out of this whole situation was like after a little bit of it was calming down a bit, and then we were like still kind of questioning each other. Fucking Anthonie as Fletch telling Saevel, it's like how do the words go exactly? Why do you want my approval?
Oh yes.
I could physically feel Zane pause, like when Anthonie as Fletch asked him that.
Armor-piercing question.
Because you hit the nail on the head of Saevel's biggest personal personality flaw. Like no one had ever asked that and asked why.
Just staring at you. And I remember your actual. I don't know how much of it was Zane or how much of it was Saevel, honestly, but it was like,
it was both at the same time, to be honest, because
like the accent dropped in that moment.
Right.
Because I remember we were in a zone of truth and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he paused and Zane paused because I knew basically what the answer to that question was, but I don't think Saevel would had connected the dots at that time of why he needed of why he needed someone's approval to make himself feel better. So when you were so poignant with that question, he paused because he didn't know the answer. And it took him from that moment until the conversation, which I want to talk about in a little bit,
Yeah.
to come up with that answer.
Because I think your response was, let's talk about it later when we have some drinks. Or when I'm absolutely wasted or something to that effect.
Yeah.
But yeah, does anyone have anything else for this chapter or wanted to mention? All right, cool.
To
talk about that conversation, but I don't know if that's part of the next part or not.
That will be probably the next part, just because it's it leads to the next thing.
Are you saying, Reggie?
Yeah. What's up?
So, what were your immediate thoughts when you found out you were child murderers?
I told you, Penumbra felt completely awful. I
remember watching that part. I was like, "Oh shit!"
She genuinely felt bad. That's why she went with Renford about the negotiation route, because she didn't want to go any further with this, because her whole backstory of her family was killed by a bunch of assholes that came to her village and just wiped everything out and left her for dead. I mean, we're just a bunch of assholes that came in and wiped out a bunch of things and left her for dead. So granted, it's not like we knew.
For DJ, because I see all DJ's things popping up. And more clarification. When we were on the bridge, they were trying to keep us away, and they were using gust of winds and stuff, or
trying to
push us off into the pit.
Yeah.
Apparently, in the pit with their babies that were supposed to bite us. And from spells that we were casting, they overflowed from there, and we didn't know that they were down there until we actually made our way down and around. And when we looked into the pit, that the bridge was just over, it was like, oh shit, damn. And then I think because we were also ready to throw fireballs and shit, but I don't know what their kids look like. I don't know if they were just looking like poisonous snakes or something like that.
They literally look like plain snakes, like poisonous snakes.
Yeah
it was just a little ball of snakes.
Yeah, and so we thought it was just regular poisonous snakes and stuff, and then find out that they were kids. I think at that point, like Fletch, because you're asking, what do they think? I think Fletch definitely felt sort of bad, but at the same time, it was like these little fuckers are about to come eat us, though. I don't know. Like, we didn't. If there was a way that we could have fought without, them being involved, is one thing. But at the same time, yeah, they were after us, so she was heavily conflicted from that one. So she don't know, too much about their culture. She know that they did have their tits out, and she liked that part of their culture.
She
I remember
adopted
that
that.
Yeah.
Like Penumbra, that part of the culture stays within the ring.
Yeah.
Like no shirt Mondays is.
And that's great. You're accepting of other cultures. Like, I totally respect that.
I would
Like,
say
he's
this. I would say this literally like probably haunted Penumbra. Like she really like probably to this day probably still feels bad about it.
Probably modified memory on that.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
It's not like she went like on a drinking binge of it or just like is really like having nightmares of it. It's one of those just like bad like fuck I did that. Like she would almost like go back to see if everything is okay kind of thing and just
I feel like that's
try to make
D&D
up.
therapy.
No, yeah.
Just modified memory.
Hey, Penumbra, I got you a pet snake.
Sees a snake and just remembers just the screaming of millions of baby snakes burning.
Yeah.
This is the war flashbacks.
Speaking of Penumbra, I just remembered just now. She handed something to Renford like right before the negotiations, and I cannot remember what it was.
It was a gem.
A gem. Okay.
It was. We got those gems from the Giants.
Okay.
So she gave those to you to like if you wanted to like trade, like or
Right,
say
that's what it
like,
was.
hey, I'll give you these if you give him, and then we'll just leave. And just never
Gotcha.
talk to anyone this. I think it was about to get to that, and then suddenly
Yeah.
Talus came up and stabbed him.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck. So yeah, that's what that was for. It was for negotiating, because she really
Right.
wanted negotiations to work this time. Even though Fletch wanted us to keep those gems. But yeah, Evan, roll me a d20.
A D20.
Yee.
2.
This one is from Kenny.
From Kenny. Okay.
This kind of almost goes into the future thing, but actually almost kind of in the next one. Out of all the random NPCs that I added in, is there any that you felt needed more spotlight and possible appearances in Frank's Return of Tyranny?
I know this is like 3 chapters ahead, but the drunk elephant monk.
I guess ironically it would technically be like right after this chapter, because the reason why we leave immediately in this chapter is because the keep gets attacked, and then that's when we figure out or think, hey, maybe we should hire adventurers or start to like fill up this place with guards or people that can watch this place for us. Because when we left, it was just Frost and Cephas, and I think Kenny introduced one of his NPC characters as well, but he was also like heavily wounded.
And the elephant monk was my creation.
Yep.
And we got it to Kenny because he were asking for a bunch of
NPCs.
things. And I made it like a long list, and then I'm like, if you choose any of them, I'll go deeper into it and develop. But yeah.
I think Akama and that elephant became best friends, like best drinking buds.
Right.
It's like I know like some of them they got like very bland introductions, so if you wanted them to be more flushed out somewhere down the road.
Or an
Tricky one
important part.
yeah, there's such a big cast, like
Oh,
I
for
think we
sure.
had so many NPCs in that base. You know, I feel like that would have been a hard thing to pull off to put more in the spotlight, especially since, you know, spotlight is mainly for the player characters anyway.
Mhm.
So it's just kind of a tough.
It's basically if any of us wanted to roleplay with them. I guess ironically, lucky for us, we kind of like were able to roleplay with each other. There was some moments where there was roleplay with the random NPCs out and about, especially initially when people again with Saevel and Renford's trust issues, like, hey, what's your deal? I think for like Penumbra, it's just like, they can't be as worse as us. It's very funny, like Renford's interaction with Akama.
Oh yeah,
It's
demon
like,
sword.
oh yes, I have a demon sword. You have a what now?
I beg your fucking pardon.
What? But yeah, are there any other NPCs you guys like to see in the future, or like thought were really cool, but unfortunately didn't get enough, like didn't get to hang out with, or?
Oh, I know which one. The silver dragon lady.
Oh,
Yeah.
Funny enough, she's part of the main
Module.
module.
Right.
Yeah, and she will.
Wow.
I will say that she will make an appearance and or be a part of the Return of Tyranny.
Oh, there you go.
Is this NPC that Kenny added, or just NPCs in general?
It could be NPCs in general of like any
The
of
vampire.
What did that
Vampire.
bitch do? Where did she go?
So funny enough, like I'll also say that she'll appear in Return as well.
We said a vampire free.
Yeah.
In the fortress.
In the fortress, in the Sky Fortress, yeah. Because yeah, originally that character was just supposed to like not betray us, but like be part of the cult that like captures us, and then sends us to Rezmir. But instead, Kenny changed it to where she's just captured for reasons, and then we rescued her, and then all the bodies of the cultists that we left with her suddenly disappeared, and so did she. So who knows?
Heyday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was weakened and under effect while you freed her from her shackles, but was still weakened, and then you just happened to leave food to make her strong again.
Oh yeah. No, we totally were like, no, she's fine.
Yeah. Please we'll come back and haunt us later.
Yeah, nah, of course not. What about you, Anthonie?
I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of interactions and stuff. And I know, you know, NPCs are, you know, definitely going to make come back in Tyranny, the Rise or whatever, Return of
The
Tyranny.
Return, yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of hard to say.
Are there any that you wish you roleplayed more with?
No, I feel like I got a good chunk of change for playing with people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those characters is like, you know, oh, if she had something on her mind, she spoke, you know, she didn't like really keep it to herself at a certain point. So.
Gotcha.
Oh, our characters from the first campaign.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Because they popped in like for like a hot sec.
Do you mean like Hanu and them, or
The one I stole the flash.
No. Yeah,
Oh
Focus
right!
them, but-
Holy shit!
that first campaign with Kenny.
Yeah, back with Mind of Fendelver stuff, and then that's where Fletch got the flask of infinite whiskey. Or infinite.
Wait, Fletch is in a campaign prior to the dragon one?
No.
Oh.
So when we were going through the first half of Horde of the Dragon Queen, our characters from Horde of the Dragon Queen ran into the characters from Minds of Fendelver.
Oh,
Or at least
Yeah,
two
like
of them.
Our characters, yeah. It's
Yeah.
only like because you DM that one too, right, Kenny?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
only like Reggie, Frank. I don't know if Brawley was in that. But
No, you and Brawley are the only ones that were from whatchamacallit, the post that Kenny posted for like looking for new players.
Yeah.
So yeah, right
so
now
Fletch
it's just
stole something from their past characters.
yeah,
that she
because
could.
just had a really cool magic item, which is hilarious. Because I guess
That was given to them by their god.
So funny enough, if you look at the Discord and look at offline and see Blunkins
Mhm.
/ Vulcus, that's the character that Fletch stole his flask.
Oh,
Oh.
always
So-
stealing from the paladins, I see.
He was a drunk paladin, constantly drunk.
Oh,
Believed in a
Mhm.
god that was about like wine and stuff like that.
Dionysus.
Yeah, basically. So
I tried to help him.
yeah.
She said I'm on a better path.
This is an intervention.
I'll do one more question from the thing. Kenny, roll me a d20.
Probably died because he doesn't have his drunk powers.
Yeah.
I say you can't see the roll because I accidentally whispered it. Hang on.
Oh, that's funny.
You can just tell us what it is too.
So,
Oh.
in a sense, this kind of was already like answered. This is Evan's question, as is, who is your favorite NPC? That's very ironic that we just answered that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty thoroughly covered.
Well, I have a different answer for that question.
Oh, that's
I
true,
think you
because I
knew
guess
the
we talked about, like, yeah, a favorite NPC we want to see in the future, or, like, we wish to roleplay with. But overall, who was your favorite NPC?
Y'all know who mine was.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah. I feel so bad for that.
We'll get to that.
Gotta break
Yeah.
my homie's heart, you know?
Right. It's for
Shatter it.
character growth.
Yeah. Alcoholism and all. How about for you guys? Did you have like an absolute favorite NPC?
Probably between Frost and I don't know why I just went blank. I literally, my mind just completely went blank. So there's Frost and Sprocket.
That's fair.
Right. I mean, it's easy to say. I would have to go with Frost too, but like he's also with us the longest in a way, so
Mhm.
he had a good head start on the other NPCs.
That's fair. Mine has to be the one that Zane brought to the keep.
Ogilvy?
Ogilvy is
Oh
my
my God.
dude.
That is
Ogilvy
my
is my
answer.
favorite dude. I
Ogilvy was
fucking
like-
love that dude.
Yeah, the voice he did for him too.
Dude,
What would you like to do, Mr. Ilmar?
Right.
Dude, the fact how innocent he was in all of this shit, because like all of us
So
were
pure.
fucking degenerate, assholes, and Ogilvy was just
so
like,
pure.
"I'm gonna go answer the door now." Coming.
Bobby Hill of this campaign.
Fucking love that NPC, dude. It always made me laugh when, because it was also just like, it's very much that comedic character that was needed in the campaign.
Yeah, so my idea for Ogilvy as like a concept is, okay, everybody's bringing these cool NPCs like to the keep. What is an NPC that Fletch would make fun of Saevel just infinitely for? And I thought, make him like this nerdy, like clumsy klutz that was like,
Dude,
And then she proceeded to not make fun of Ogilvy.
yeah.
like became best buds with him too. Or like, you're awesome. The best funny fact about that whole situation was that Ogilvy became Savel's rival in love.
Oh yeah.
That was the best funny shit
I don't know if
ever.
it was unintentional or not.
Yeah.
I have to ask Zane. The name, like, how'd you come up with Ogilvy in the first place?
I googled ugliest name.
Wow! Amazing.
His name.
Apologies to anyone listening named Ogilvy.
Just
Oh
know
my
you'll
God.
always have a place in my heart.
How dare you insult
Anthony
my
campaign.
grandmother?
Yeah. But so the funny thing is, like, I guess kind of talking about the NPCs, or one of the NPCs real fast, because it's important to like Saevel's character, or the other half of Saevel's character reason for moving forward. Was I introduced an NPC called Dove, which she is an enchanter character for us that was like, hey, if we want cool magic items or cool ideas for magic items that kind of just break the rules, she's the one who can make them. Unfortunately, I made her a hot redhead, which is Zane's weakness.
Yep. It is.
So Saevel was very much pursuing her. Granted, I think with the Ogilvy, like also pursuing her kind of like in an off way, which she was just probably being super nice, is that every time Saevel brought her coffee, and then I would just say, like, as Dove was like, oh, Ogilvy already brought me some. And then there's just Ogilvy like, hi.
Push up his glasses.
I did it really quick.
So yeah, but like in a couple future chapters, like some stuff Saevel does is to, I guess, in a sense, woo Dove.
The amount of time and energy you spent trying to get that rock flower gem and from the garden.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, please do.
We'll get to that.
But yeah, so that leads us to the next chapter. Need a second to find. So this one's interesting, as this is very heavily involved with one of the characters' backstories. As basically these two chapters is the reason why they were like one like weird considered one chapter but two separate ones is because it's labeled as death to the worm speakers. So this was very much like we seek out the worm speakers, get the masks, or see if we can get the masks, and bring them back and like take them away from them, as well as deal a blow to the cult of dragons by eliminating the worm speakers. So in this case, this would be the second worm speaker, whereas this would be an introduction to the green worm speaker, as we are told that he is conducting raids on the elves of the Misty Forest with the help of the green dragon Kuth, the Emerald Assassin. And this same the Emerald Assassin is also responsible for Fletch's family's death.
Well, heavily took part.
Right.
Yeah.
The other cult members also partook in, but the haunting memory of, poisoned family members and stuff like that was due to this thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if, Anthonie, if you want to talk about this chapter, or like how you and Kenny work together to like bring this chapter to like flesh it out and stuff like that.
It worked kind of. So I set up Fletch's backstory. As you all know, like I set it up, named her family members and all this other stuff. Happy-go-lucky. Randomly rolled the thing, and it was like, yep, your family was betrayed by the cult. They're all dead now. Unknowingly, further in, that it has some good tie-ins, because like Kenny was like, hey, pick where your family lives. And I looked at the whole map. I'm like, right here in the Misty Woods.
Holy shit.
And
Wow.
and before, like, because when I rolled that at the beginning of the thing, and I had to rethink, kind of like Fletch's background. I'm like, what brought her, here? What everything that happened, led up to this point. All right, she was sent off on a mission, level 1 fighter. She was kind of stealthing around and stuff like that. She was just trying to get some information, and she eventually came through, was gathering information, on the giant stronghold. I didn't know the giant stronghold castle even existed, by the way. So I'm like, yeah, the giant stronghold, she infiltrated. She found a ring that was kind of calling to her. That was Gael. There's her first level warlock for that particular one. Since one of his vessels has been there for so long, the caves in and out, new giant. So that's eventually how she learned giant. He taught it to her, and all this other stuff. When she came back, she found her family was dead. The way I wrote her family, highly skilled assassins, like, really, like, if you wanted, assassin, she's the go-to. Like, if you think Hunter x Hunter, this is the Zodiac family. And I'm like, what could have brought them down if they're so skilled, at this? What could have, brought her family to ruins? The betrayal by the cult is one thing, but, they would have held out. And I'm like, okay, poison was also involved. And I'm like, how was poison involved? I don't know. Maybe someone betrayed and poisoned their food. Maybe they set off some traps or whatever it is. That was the idea that I had, and it was specific yet vague from that. So when we were approaching this chapter, Kenny was like, hey, like, you did say your family's from the Misty Forest or the Misty Woods again, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's what I chose. And I had chose that, like months, earlier. He was like, well, there's this dragon that's in the woods from that one. Is a green dragon, and it's known for killing elves. And I'm like, damn, I don't know how it could be, like more perfect for her storyline that this dragon is known for killing elves. It's a green dragon that's involved in poison. And I wrote that, her family was poisoned. And like all this other stuff. So like everything just kind of like
just fell into place.
Yeah,
That's
just
so
literally
crazy.
perfectly into place. Like, choosing, all these many places on the map, and I chose, the Misty Woods. I chose, death by, poisons, and, the attacks by, the cult and everything like that. So it all just kind of like snowballed, and yeah, just perfect in spot. So it even though it would seem like Kenny and I probably did like a lot more in depth, like writing and back story and like building from it, but it actually wasn't. It was just like, damn, like who would have known that a random roll before session 1 could have had this snowballing effect to create the story for her.
Oh yeah, because like I can't imagine how different like Fletch would have been at the beginning, because it would have been very much like the happy-go-lucky, like joking with everybody or fucking with things and stuff like that. But
I mean,
yeah,
I even
so
wrote
many
before,
different
like,
things.
even though she was like from a family of skilled assassins,
Mhm.
and if she had a target, she never killed them. Like, I wrote, she always brought them in alive. And a little bit more background, I think that's kind of how they probably found some information out that they shouldn't have found out or something like that. But she always found a target, brought them in alive. She never killed anyone before what happened to her family, and she only killed people that was involved in the cult. So, but yeah, she was happy-go-lucky, then. And even the spells that I picked out from Warlock, Prestidigitation was one of the first kind of cantrips granted to her by Gael, because she came home, she found her family members, especially her young siblings, killed by poisons, vomiting. They weren't vomiting, like in action, but they had vomited blood and it's dried up and caked on them. She used prestidigitation to clean them up from that. So, yeah.
That's so crazy. Because yeah,
Guys, tell a story.
yeah.
Stars align.
No, yeah. No, yeah, it's super crazy. I mean, even for me, like rolling for, because I kind of had an idea for Penumbra's backstory thing, and then rolling on the bonded thing, and just like, oh, there's one. Well, that one I didn't actually roll. I just picked one that was like really close to my backstory. but the fact that like I didn't really realize how far that was going to go into with Talus. Like I didn't like from the beginning. I didn't know she was part of the cult. I thought I was just going to save her, and then she was just going to go on her way, and I'm just going to stop the bad guys. I didn't realize she was going to play a huge part in the cult. But no, yeah, that's so crazy.
Yeah, so that's where I'll have to say I honestly like when the first started out with the things like I didn't even know who Talus was, so I was like having to scan the module to try to
trying to find her. I mean, it was perfect when you name dropped it, or like I guess when you did find it and found out she was part of the cult. It was like, and then like us at level 3 finding that out, and then not meeting her until like level 6 or 5 was like was crazy. There's a lot of thoughts going through her head and stuff like that. But yeah, for at least the beginning part of this chapter, us like meeting the elves and stuff like that, and I guess honestly it's just kind of like skipping to the dungeon for this one. We're just like, yeah, saving the civilians inside and killing all the cult members and stuff like that. There was one like thing throughout as well, which was Renford and Fletch's constant absolute like I don't know, hate or like their
disrespect, disdain, can't see eye to eye.
All of the above. So you two talk about it. I want to know what was going through you guys' minds.
Want to go first, Anthony? Oh, okay.
You go first.
All right, yeah. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is the I'm gonna call it like almost like a trolley problem scenario, where they're at the village, and the question was raised. Well, how'd it go? Like, do we warn the other villages and sort of give away our presence,
right?
Or do we kind of like let them like not be sacrificed, but so kind of like abandoned so we could focus on the bigger, greater good picture there? And that was, I think, very much a ideological class. Because Renford's trying to have it all. He wants to save everyone,
right?
And Fletch is playing chess. Like, we got to make some sacrifices to focus on the overall goal there. Yeah, we need to have two characters that are very much entrenched, I think, in how they want to go about things, leading to that sort of dramatic confrontation.
Well, you did get that wrong, because Fletch wasn't about sacrificing anyone. This was her home. She was about protecting her home.
Right,
they had two differences of opinions on how to go about handling the mission. Renford, he was like, oh, everyone's in danger, send word, send the ravens, let everyone know right here, right now. And Fletch is not like, no, this is the kind of thing that we do. This is the kind of thing that my family does. I've been doing this for years. We will warn them, but we will do it in a more subtle manner. Like, we can be sneaky about this, because like if the cult whose presence is known in this area and this green dragon is known in this area finds out that everyone's onto them and is about to revolt or whatever it is, they will just launch an attack, and there will be many people that die, rather than handling it subtly and going in. It's kind of one of those things, like, it's literally looking at a stronghold. Hey, we have to kill the king in the stronghold. The way Renford was going about it was, hey, hear ye, we're going to attack the light of day and stuff like that, and that gives plenty of time to bunker down, run, or launch a counterattack from the enemy. What Fletch was doing was like, hey, warn people to get ready, but don't move. We're going to go in, we're going to take out that king, we're going to sneak into this guards, we're going to limit lives lost for that second one. And she kept trying to explain it, and there is things like she was just trying to put everything aside, because this was extremely important to her. She's trying to do everything possible. And I remember I'm like, Renford, trust me. This is the way that it needs to be done. We can't just go doing this. And Renford was like, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then she completely shut down right there.
Right.
And she was raging, and then she walked away from that particular one. But it was one of those things, like, they both wanted what was good, but one way was going to cost lives from that particular one. And I'm glad it kind of played out the way it did, and we chose to do that route. Because even though I like dragons, like, you know, player wise, I love dragons and stuff like that. And I got the little 3rd edition Draconomicon or whatever.
Yeah.
What I completely forgot or didn't know about green dragons, because I didn't look into them, they actually have a connection to the forest around them when they have a lair, and they can see through the eyes of every single animal or insect. So like, if we went that route and warned everyone just blatantly, you know, send ravens and crows and whatever, they would have 100% knew that we were coming from that.
Kind of curious what is that? Well, Kenny, is there probably as a DM you probably could see a variety of ways it was going down, or what was going through your head during all that?
Well, because I could see like different points between each part, but like, again, you had a big green dragon that was flying around and lots of things. Like, if you were to send word or send people, it would very easily that your help could have been picked off.
So it would kind of like change the story of, like, you know, if when we made it to the lair or whatever, he would have been gone because he was the dragon was busy killing the, you know, the
like in
allies.
the town, and
Yeah.
Right.
it'd be like the beginning and like the very beginning of the campaign again, where, you know, a town is under attack and people are dying everywhere.
Yeah.
So Fletch did not want that. And that's what she also came up with, like, hey, you know, can we potentially send word through the trees, you know, like,
Yeah.
we have someone that speaks, you know, through them and stuff like that. So rather than having, you know, something that was easily, you know, captured, you know, like a note to, you know, other parts and or other clans around for that. But either way, like, even if she was making the wrong decision, like, she wanted people to, like, trust her, like, hey, this is my home, you know, if I choose, I'll be able to live with that a little bit more if something happened. But if you know, someone else took it upon themselves to do something and the results were way worse, and the emotional kind of mindset that she was, it wouldn't have been good at all for her. Especially, like, being back here, she hasn't come back to her home essentially since, you know, her family died. So she's already bottling up, you know, just emotional wreck and, you know, turmoil and, you know, revenge and all this stuff, you know, all at once. And the last thing she needed to do was argue with someone. That's when she started walking away constantly from Renford from that.
From a third party point of view, Zane, what did you think of, like, that whole, like, I guess their relationship?
So it was an
unquote.
interesting perspective, because if we want to back up to just before we went on this, canonically the night before, that's where Fletch and Saevel had their heart-to-heart over Scotch. And by the way, Anthonie, that is my favorite RP that I've ever done with someone. Like,
That's awesome.
seriously, because what it, like, broke down to was two people, like, actually putting aside their bullshit to actually try to understand each other's perspective and try to solve a problem. So, like, and that was, and one thing that I've, like, learned in therapy is learning how to apologize to someone. And, like, that was weirdly, like, the first time I, like, actually was able to implement that into something in my life, and it was in, like, a weird safe space like D&D. And like it was it was just a really beautiful moment. So having all that said, like you know, they sat down, they learned about each other's past, and they were like able to understand each other. So if like something like this comes up again, they'd know how to talk it out and get through it faster. So Saevel had now had that rapport with Fletch, and so Saevel was just like sitting on the sidelines watching Fletch and Renford fight and being like, God, if they had just had one of these, like I
Those
had
moments, yeah.
this,
Yeah.
none of this would be happening. like Saevel never really got the chance, but like at one point he was gonna sit down with Fletch and being like, "Hey, you want to talk to Renford like we did?
Solve everything.
It's funny because in that situation, I'm pretty sure, like, I mean, Fletch would have probably given it a shot, but the moment, because it was honestly,
in the moment.
yeah,
No, but-
honestly, it was Renford's problem.
Mm-hmm.
Renford
Yeah.
had the problem with Fletch. Fletch didn't have a problem with Renford at all, other than the
Yeah.
way of like him handling things and not realizing the way basically this type of shit works. He's used
Right,
to he's used to the black and white. Things are bad, things are good. Like, hey, I'm trying to do a good thing here. Let me do a good thing. Not realizing the gray area of what are the bad things of this, you know, what's going to be the bad thing of this good thing.
a theater perspective, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, like,
Um,
even Fletch, like, up to this point, still, she's always been joking around. She's always been messing around, you know, with Saevel, and Saevel got over it, and, you know, I was like, oh, you're joking around. She's always been playing around with everyone in the group, and she even just picked on Renford. But when Renford, like, I don't know, didn't understand that she's picking around, and then just shows distrust no matter what she did. And then offer, like, go up to, you know, cultists, hey, like, you want to be my friend? And she's
Yeah.
like, really? Like, I've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Hey, Renford, I'm back here. No, I can't trust you. But this guy right here, who's trying to bring back Tiamat and destroy stuff, it was like, you know, she wasn't going to, like, you know, ever, like, go up and just, you know, like, yeah, no, we're cool, you know, because she was always, you know, like, you distrust me. I know you distrust me. That's it.
Right.
And then I think it showed even more again when she
Yeah, it was very much like, oh, go ahead.
literally asked Renford to trust me. She was like, please trust me. And then he, you know, was like, I don't think you know what you're talking about. And then was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny for me, you know, like, you know, third party perspective as well, of like kind of seeing it, and yeah, from Penumbra's perspective, she understood like where Renford was coming from, of like wanting to do good things and stuff like that, but also saw, like, I could see why he doesn't trust us and stuff like that, and we haven't really given him a reason to. But also, like, in this situation that we're in and what the situation we're dealing with, this means a lot to Fletch, like, as her as herself, and emotionally. She doesn't, like, in this moment, she doesn't need somebody to constantly telling her that, you know, you're wrong, or you know, you don't know how to do things, or, you know, this and that. Because I think she did bring that, like, Penumbra did bring that up to Renford and says, like, hey, like, I get that you don't like, you know, like you know, her perspective on things and stuff like that, but in this situation, or in this, like, mission, like, bring it back, because she honestly doesn't need this. It's like, we can go back to all this stuff when all this shit's over, and that's, you know, that's whatever. And then he didn't.
Yeah. Like a salty bitch.
And then I was like, okay. Like, I think if you went, like, even, like, a step further at some points, like I think you were, like, one step away from Penumbra slapping the shit out of you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like she was pretty close because I think she did have one more talk with him after of like when everything was said and done after this arc of like, you know, you said all these things, you did all these things. I asked you specifically like, hey, lay off, and you didn't. And then, oh no, this was like actually the beginning of the Falling arc. Is like I specifically asked you to not do these things, you did them, and then you didn't apologize for it, or you said you were going to apologize for it, and then it's a month later and it still hasn't happened.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very much just like on Renford's side, just, you know, oh, she's bad, she doesn't, you know, she's just looking out. Like he had his vision of Fletch and didn't go out of his way to actually like learn who Fletch was. Similar to what Zane was saying of like what Saevel did. Kind of just created this image of her and then just kept it.
Yeah, double down. I think part of the reason he was being so obstinate is like, you know, the word trust was almost like triggering for him a bit. Because like, oh, but, you know, back when we trusted you about your contact and then it went to shit, and then he just felt like, you know, bad about that and how it went down. I think it kind of followed him for a while afterwards.
Yeah. Well, it's
You
funny
know, not that it was
because
justified.
yeah, it was funny because you actually threw that in our faces a couple times as well, of just like, oh, you won't trust these cultists, but you trust that one,
Right?
and it's just like,
Well, it's funny too because I think Fletch still took the brunt of it. Somehow,
for
even
sure.
though, yeah, even though it was like Talus was
Right. Yeah.
Just
Penumbra's
Penumbra's
contact. Yeah, but she just kept taking it, and
like
she
that whole
was like, hey,
situation
that's
was
not,
Fletch's
yeah, she's
fault.
like, hey, she's like, that's not my secret to tell, you know. But I even tried like throughout the arc, which I actually like the title one of the videos you named like Going Critical. I think we talked about like naming it, but even you know, like with the fight and stuff, and I just kept critical hitting, because that was also emotionally, you know, like for her, like it was at that point where it was just about overflowing. You know, like how people try to keep dropping water in a cup to see where the water tension actually breaks it and overflows. Like Fletch was like an inch above that cup, and somehow it's not, but it's like shaking, you know, like constantly. And I even tried to, when I said she was using her armor shadows and stuff, I was like changing the token constantly to where she was like losing it. And at one point she was almost completely over, and like Umbra brought her back a little bit, but everything that was happening, like people just kept like pushing her over the edge from that one.
That was probably one of my favorite like moments as Penumbra was bringing Fletch back. Because like obviously she can tell that like, you know, Fletch was getting angrier and angrier and angrier, and I think it was the point where you were checking something and rolled a natural 1, or you were doing like a stealth check and rolled a natural 1, and like in that moment Penumbra just like stopped her and said
well no, I think I actually set off a trap from that one.
Yeah, it was something like that, and then it was either you walked off, turned the corner, set off the trap, we got the effects of it, and then we tried to stealth again, and then that's when you rolled the natural 1. And then that's when like that's when Penumbra just stopped you, grabbed your face, and just like, you need to like stop. It was like, you need to, you know, bring yourself back. It's like the way you're going at it now, you're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna get yourself killed, and she didn't want that. So I'm curious what would have happened if she didn't do that, or wasn't there for Fletch in that way of like bringing her back.
Walks in like a JoJo character.
Yeah,
trapped.
Because I mean, like the moment, like after that, like that's when we actually made it to like, you know, the hidden thing where, we saw, like peeked in and saw like, you know, the dragon and all that stuff, and that's when we were like, okay, we're gonna plan our attack. Because I don't know, like if for you, Anthonie, if you were in that like state of mind of like, let's just fucking kill this thing, you would just Rambo'd in and started murdering. So like
the player, I definitely want to, you know, be tactical about it. the player recognizing that character is going to be in this thing's face, probably would have just opened around, let her presence be known, just kind of do the same thing. Because by the end of the dragon fight, she was in melee combat with it.
Yeah.
Even with the bow, still drawn. And with the stuff that I had, I felt that she could have probably hung in there because she essentially had rage. So it would have been interesting, but yeah, I think that whole tactical spot, that small tactical spot that we did, play peekaboo in that hallway for a little bit, definitely helped out. But yeah, she still ended up walking in anyway because she was tired of it.
And you guys like to group up in this little tiny spot that was a nice target for a breath weapon.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I think only Saevel failed it, and then Penumbra had bullshit dodge powers, and Fletch had resistances, and Renford also had like something.
I remember that.
That was another oh shit moment for Saevel. Is like, fighting dragons. But yeah, and then that whole thing led us finishing off the dragon. That was like the first introduction to anime bullshit, anime plot armor Fletch, or like anime powers Fletch, of just rolling like non-stop natural 20s against this thing. By the power of the story, I shall bring you down.
And you guys,
oh, go ahead.
Yep, commenting on the twerking dragon.
Yep.
Very important to the plot, obviously.
It's funny because at the beginning,
was significantly distracted.
Because it's funny at the beginning of this whole like map, you're like, man, Kenny made a joke of like, oh, you guys didn't want to swim in the water. And now seeing what was in the water, I was like, oh, okay, Kenny. Because I think we specifically like went on the edge and then made it inside and stealthed in or something like that.
No, we murdered people right at the waterfall.
Well, yeah.
Because I remember popping up from the waterfall.
Yeah.
And trying to, and then Fletch was like, fuck it. And then we started natural 20 people right there. Then we set people free. In the jail, and then we told them to stay and don't run, or else you might set up the dragon. You may not make it far. It was like I think we were like, give us some time.
Yeah, give us like an hour or so.
Yeah, if you guys were swimming in that water, it'd been like just two sides of a mouth. Just go and try to swallow you.
Yeah.
And then then we went up into this room, and there was a bunch of people in this room.
Oh yeah.
And I think we were arguing about it again, and Fletch got tired of arguing, went invisible, went to the opposite side of the room and thought to Umbra, like, okay, let's begin. And then when we started fighting, she cast darkness when she was over here by herself and blocked the door, and then you guys rushed in. And
one of my favorite parts about like the fact that this map is still like has some old tokens and stuff like that, this dude dead in the water.
Yeah.
Because like as Fletch went invisible, went to the back, Penumbra was waiting out here at the door, like here, stealth, telling everyone to like stay there, and not make noise. Even then, Renford still wanted to walk up with his clanky armor still. Evan, I have no idea like what compelled you to like stand exactly behind the rogues in your like big ass heavy armor.
I don't remember either.
It's like, dude, give us like 20 feet, my guy, because like this stealth shit doesn't mean jack shit when you roll like a 4 on stealth when you're standing right behind me.
And armor disadvantage.
Yep. Like, bro, please. You're gonna take a trip in that water next. But yeah, like the guy heard noise or something like that and walked out. Penumbra stabbed the shit out of him and then let his body gently go into the water. But then leading us through the Green Worm Speaker's room, which ended up being like important stuff to like the leaders of the elves and stuff like that, being his lost son or I'm trying to remember all this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of lore stuff.
Mhm. Then we proceeded to chop his head off and
Yep,
put it in a bag.
Yep, and
Yep.
killed him, killed the dragon, and yeah. But before we make it to or talk about Fletch's home, let's do another question. Reggie, roll me a d20.
Reggie. I think he put BRB, but
Damn
no
it.
king.
Son of a bitch. All right, Zane, give me
Okay.
a d20.
D20.
8. This is another Evan question.
Oh.
Evans.
That's amazing. What was your favorite interaction between player characters?
We keep doing this shit retroactively. Well, that's how you know they're good questions, because we already went over it.
Let's start with Anthonie.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why you picked me first. So I felt like I interacted with the most people
Oh, for sure.
as Fletch.
But
So-
who was your favorite?
It will take quite a while to try to choose a favorite. So it's hard for me to say.
Will remember
There
that.
are definitely, standouts and stuff. So for instance, with Saevel, just like
Mhm.
when I was just talking about that.
Heather, yeah.
Like that's definitely a standout. With like Umbra, back in where we first ran into Talus in that home.
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard for me to pick one because there's so many like moments or small moments or just kind of picking on people and kind of laughing about it and stuff like that. It just all comes. So there's definitely like standouts, everywhere from that. So
Yeah,
it's hard for me to answer that question.
that's fair. Evan.
So like two spring to mind for me. The first one, I think it was Saevel, Renford, and Zamrakar. I think it's shortly after some sort of big fight. A lot of tension, a lot of
I think you were
stuff.
probably drinking in the
Yeah,
right after this.
Yeah, you see where I'm going with this already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right after this when
yeah.
they were celebrating.
Mhm.
Right, yeah, and the fucking rock stacking game. It's just some. It just seems set up like a plausible. Yeah,
I forgot that. I forgot Penumbra
Right.
did that.
it was
Or
such like dumb, stupid fun. It just felt like it was really, I think, almost needed by that point in the game.
Yeah.
It's really, it seems like the sort of drunk shit that's a bunch of dudes in a medieval fantasy setting would come up with.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, let's stack these rocks and see how it goes. Put them on his biceps. Yeah.
I will say that was the one thing that like we kind of did in Tyranny of Dragons was like skip those or not necessarily skip, but not have enough of those moments of like the characters just have like all together having a moment,
Right.
or just hanging out. We had the keep
Yeah.
moments and stuff like that, but that was kind of like everyone just went off and did their own thing.
Yeah.
Instead of like be together and like hang out, unless a player character did want to like specifically talk to another player character.
Right. They just sort of spread apart.
Hmm.
Would you guys say that's approved in Abyss?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
very different. Yeah.
Definitely. I've
it's-
been trying to make like. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's very much the like the long rest thing, and then having the watches and stuff like that. Like in D&D, that just makes a huge like difference in understanding, like just getting a brief understanding of the characters and stuff like that, and the like what would happen if you put these two in a room.
Yeah,
Right.
you get more involved into the characters, like emotionally, like you want to fight harder, for
Mhm.
things. But also, I would say, and no fault of anyone's, in Abyss, just naturally how it is written, it is harder to do.
Oh yeah.
Like that moment came from, hey, we are completely in a safe spot. We can drink and let ourselves go completely, and not worry about the consequences. in like Abyss, you're like, oh, we are out in the wilderness in the Underdark.
Mhm.
I don't want to get drunk down here.
Right.
No, yeah. It is very much that like survival, like
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't go too crazy, but it's still that like I want to understand why you want to live, or like why like
Right.
you want to make it to the surface, or why are you fighting and stuff like that. So it's like a different perspective of like understanding somebody, which is interesting
Mhm.
compared to like Tyranny, where it's just like, why are you here? Like why like
Right.
why are you fighting dragons? Like you don't have to. Like you could just go back, or like stay at the keep,
Big
or
monster.
Big monster. Yeah.
Like why are you like doing the thing, like why are you fighting dragons when you don't have to?
Mhm.
So that's kind of like the interesting thing between the two, and that was one of those cool moments that like we didn't really get enough in my opinion, in Tyranny and stuff like that, but has improved in like our future campaigns and stuff.
Yeah. My second one would probably have to be the sheer amount of oh god, it's all coming back to me now. These are kind of happening at the same time. There was this bit where like Fletch like stole the underwear from Saevel. And then like, around the same time, like for some reason, like Renford was chasing a deer because it had his like spell focus.
Yep.
Or, like just the wacky shit like that.
Mhm.
It's just very funny to me.
No, yeah.
It's funny. So I don't know how many people actually watch the show. It's kind of like a guilty vice, or whatever you call it, guilty pleasure. New Girl. There's this character Winston. He pulls pranks on people, and they're either like, is that actually a prank or like something completely extreme? There's no in between.
No.
And I wanted to do that with Fletch so much. It's like,
That's amazing.
either something that's like really stupid, like you put a rock on my leg and that's the prank, or like, oh my god, that is my holy focus. That's like,
That's
when I need
crucial.
to cast spells, please don't chuck it off the cliff.
Right.
Trying to think for like mine. Obviously my favorite interactions were with Fletch and stuff like that, just because making the character, I never thought that like that type of relationship would happen, or like when making a mute character, it was very much of like if somebody gets to know her, that's cool, and they get to have that like experience of like, hey, do you want to teach me Thieves' Cant so I could better understand you and stuff like that, or the opposite effect of like, oh, no one's really talking or anything like that. Luckily I just made a mute character that doesn't have to anymore, so we're just gonna go through the campaign and stuff like that. So I'm very glad that Anthonie talked to Penumbra and stuff like that, and wanted to like get to know her more and things like that. So like a lot of those interactions just like meant a lot to her, and as me as well. As for like other characters and stuff like that, unfortunately I don't think Penumbra really had like special moments with anyone else really, just because they didn't really have those opportunities show up. Like it was very much like, at least to the new characters, it was very much this is Fletch's girlfriend, as well as
Fletch
like
might kill you if you talk to her.
Yeah, so it's very much just like,
You talk to her wrong.
yeah, if you talk to her wrong, he'll fuck you up. So it's almost like everyone was scared to talk to her and stuff like that. But so yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I would say like a moment, and it's not my favorite moment. Again, there's many favorite moments. Way back, like I really like how fast Reggie was to react when I was like, cool, like I'll do like all this stuff, and everyone was constantly looking to Fletch, and then I went, hey, Hanu, you're the boss, you make the plan. My first, like, he was so quick with it. It's like, my first thing I do as boss is make, Zamrakar boss.
No, I made Fletch boss, and then she made me boss, and then I made Zamrakar boss.
That's how to turn around.
But yeah, it was just like so funny from that one. But I don't know, like I said, there was just like a lot of big moments and like small moments too that were like really funny in the
Mhm.
campaign. And even things, again, like that whole, Frost reveal, with like Kenny, Kenny, RP, and Frost. He's sneezing and blows, the area out. Or Guile is revealing, that hey, this is a dragon. What you got a dragon, with you guys for? So just like moments like those were all really great and funny.
How about you for you, Reggie?
What is the question? I wasn't here.
Yeah. What was your favorite interaction with another player character? Or even just like seeing another player, like two other player characters interact and stuff like that?
Well, I would have said the leader thing,
Yeah.
or the boss, or whatever.
But it was stolen.
Yeah.
That makes it funnier in hindsight. And knowing that the backstory to you being the leader thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a little bit, but that kind of blew up in our faces. But we could talk about that later.
Another moment I really liked was when we were in Sprocket's Inn.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
Fletch and Penumbra and then Sprocket were hanging out together, like above Hanu's room.
Yeah, it was literally like a slumber party. It's just like they weren't even, like Fletch and Penumbra weren't even dating yet. Or together. They're just having a slumber party, and then we invited Sprocket. Yeah.
Mm.
Because like Sprocket brought us the drinks, and then we're just like, Sprocket, come join us.
Yeah, girls' night out or something up there.
Yeah.
And then just Hanu like calls for Sprocket to like borrow a broom or whatever, and then okay, thank you, good night. Then he gets on his bed and starts slamming the roof like, hey, shut the fuck up. Trying to sleep.
Man. How about for you, Zane?
The reconciliation between Fletch and Saevel is number one for me. But if I were to pick a number two, it would probably the bait and switch with the flower.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Because Saevel was really mad at that, and but then it still ended up in Dove's hands anyways. Fletch was like, "See, I did a good thing. I'm helping you out."
It's
And I'm like, you're not wrong, but
the one experience I've had in my life is to never let your friends be your wingman. Never do that. It always just like backfires or just does not go the way you want it to go.
So, question, Frank.
What's up?
As Dove, would she have like the flower better, or would she have like the book, the whole book better?
She would have liked both, either or. Like,
I'm gonna cop out that answer.
well, it's funny because it's very much a type of character that like she doesn't see like those type of advances. She just sees them being as nice or like things like that until like later on when Saevel actually straight up said it.
Blatantly.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she just thought them as nice gestures of like, gee, this person's very nice. So it was very much like, granted, I think from what the book was and what I said it was like, I think that one, she would have seen it as more important just because it's towards her research and stuff like that. As well as to like the character and how she moves on to my campaign for In Between. What it like, I guess what was it not sneaking to, but I'm trying to think of the word, like a preview to that character for like In Between, because I don't remember at that time if I started the campaign or not.
I would say
Or I
that's the
did.
only time I whisper rolled that I was stealing something out of someone else's
No, yeah,
inventory.
that was so funny, dude.
And then I
It's
I,
not
I
fair.
somehow remembered when they got there. Yeah, because like he brought it up, and then I whisper rolled Kenny again. And I was like, he doesn't have the flower.
Oh shit, dude.
What about you, Kenny? You had some favorite interactions?
I'd have to think about that.
Yeah.
You see, yeah, I'm
All
saying
of them.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because I was like, damn, I like the whole caravan arc. There was a lot of interactions there.
Yeah.
There's great interactions here.
I liked it when the enemy killed you all. No.
Ha, joke's on you. That never happened.
Renford gets up. I ain't hear no bell.
But I guess to lead us on to the end of this chapter, I guess quickly, or like however much you want to talk about it, Anthonie, of like, I guess for this end sequence of this chapter, how much did it like mean to you, and possibly
Me
even
as a-
just Fletch as a player and as the character?
It would kind of sound strange if I'm like, it didn't mean too much to me as a player.
Mhm.
It sounds
Damn.
bad when I even say it like that. Because I mean, Fletch is a character, written and stuff like that. I like, having to bring others into, what you wanted. And I initially thought about doing it some other ways, like maybe Gael, is manifested a little bit more whole there.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
he's doing like major image. So this is how I imagine, like he was doing major image and showing what the home looked like in the golden days, and then as she's describing it, it fades away to like these grisly scenes of bodies laying about, and her home is in ruins and stuff like that. So I did actually put it in the small text. Yeah, guy I was showing for that one. But yeah, so it's like as a character, I thought it was really nice and important, and one that I was hoping. Thankfully, like her and Saevel already talked, before coming here. So I think that would have kind of impacted a little bit more for what she told him. And I was also hoping that it could help Renford see where Fletch is coming from and a bit more understanding, so they can get more to a neutral, kind of platform, and potentially even more towards a positive platform with each other. Because again, like I had all these, things, envisioned about her home and stuff, and I did truly enjoy it, and thank Kenny, for letting me take that, small detour with Fletch, and there. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed it as well. But yeah, as a player, it is nice that Kenny, allowed that. And then as a character, it was extremely important to Fletch. Again, because when she left, she buried every last one of her family members before leaving, and she, like, they meant the world for her. Like that was everything for her. And even before leaving, she promised, hey, I will be back, and visit, and she never came back to visit because she was so busy trying to gather information, doing these assassinations on people that were involved and killing her family and everything like that. But she got to come back after crossing off not only all the names on her list, but hey, this fucking dragon was involved too. We're gonna get him, cross him off the list, and the elf trader that potentially even help orchestrate this killing of her family that probably wouldn't have been possible without information from him. So it was another turning point because I always saw Fletch as a character. She's constantly been like teeter-tottering everywhere. And this allowed her to kind of actually move forward in the future, and actually start living her life rather than being caught up on killing cult members.
Mhm.
We just a few more things to tie up, like killing Tiamat and stuff like that.
Or
But
stopping, that shit.
Like, yeah.
I'll say my part of that. I really enjoyed like fleshing it out, like the story for Fletch and everything, and it's like something I've been trying to do a bit more in the upcoming modules, like just trying to make it so that because it kind of shows that these people are real people and that they have a story to tell.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's for me, like for me, characters are very important, and it's just like it is very much telling a story, and like you said, and like helping us tell those stories, and being there from the beginning and watching it all, and being there with the characters and stuff like that, and seeing it all the way through to the end, it's like it was very cool to see. And then in this moment, it was very like, I'm trying to think of the word, like like worth it. Like months and months of playing this game and getting to hear and not wrapping up the story, but at least finishing up a heavy chapter of someone's backstory. It was really cool to see. And then Renford almost drowned. Or at least brought it up that he was. That was one of those moments where Fletch and Penumbra were probably gonna drown them or drown you themselves.
He's so close. Just finish him off.
Like, it was one of those moments. It's like, this is a very serious like situation, or very like heart, like this means a lot to Fletch, and it was like, hey guys, do you think I'm gonna drown in this?
He was saying like his armor's gonna his armor's gonna rust.
Like, Renford, it's to your knees, my guy, or to your waist. Don't worry about it. This is not the moment.
Right.
I remember even leaving there, like, Fletch prestidigitation everyone except
Renford,
to get them dry afterwards.
Covering a trail.
Which in at least towards the end of this moment, that's when we also got introduced to another NPC close to Fletch, as that's when we met Jill. And that led to like that led to like an hour of roleplay of Evan and or Renford and Saevel questioning this new NPC, and it was like the two worst like I'm trying to think of the I'm spacing on words now, but it was the two worst interrogators interrogating the super spy.
Like dancing circles around it.
It's just like, I could just imagine Fletch and Penumbra just sitting there just watching this shit, just like face palming every time they think they got her, and then just like, oh my god.
There could be a thing of that a bit from like Last Airbender. It's like, I can tell when you're lying, like I'm a giant purple monster.
Yeah, it's like the interrogators are the ones asking the question, but the one being interrogated is the only one getting the answers.
Yep, basically. So that was very funny.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I believe that leads us to the next chapter, which in a sense, so we could go pretty fast through, or at least these couple next chapters can go by pretty fast, because Chapter 13 is the cult strikes back, which is kind of like when the cult randomly attacks, and Kenny was basically doing that in certain situations out in between chapters and stuff like that, like when we left Talus and we had to teleport back to the keep, in a later chapter when we go to the tower and stuff like that. And I'm trying to remember certain other. Oh, there was one more. I think again after the tower, or like before the 16th chapter, with the city.
Yeah, the final attack was after the tower.
Yeah. But in this chapter, we could basically like, which we kind of already did, a talk about like some of the NPCs and stuff like that. But was there any like? I guess the biggest NPC that like we could talk about, I guess in this one, or like a handful of them that we could talk about, is one again, Dove, and Saevel. So for you, Zane, when I guess like at the beginning when you first met her, where you're just like, I'm gonna romance her, or what was going through your mind through that this whole process with that NPC?
So like you showed the artwork for her, and Zane was all like, "Ooh, she's hot." Like as you like describing her personality, it's like, this sounds like someone that Saevel would be into. like someone who's super intelligent, dedicated to their work, and also should I say that, or should I wait to say that until the? Yeah, I'm gonna wait to say what I was gonna say until
return.
Okay.
Until
Tease.
return.
Interesting.
Until the late show.
Yeah.
With Stephen Colbert. But there was something.
It's something that clicked, right?
Yeah, there was something that clicked. Something that he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So
That ass.
That brain.
Yeah.
there you go. So he was like, just like, suddenly trying to slide into those DMs. Yeah.
Unfortunately for
Definitely.
Saevel, she was more dedicated to her work than her social life.
Yep.
Though, like, considering it would have been like 12 years or after for when Return of the Tyranny starts, she would have stuck around and stuff like that, and stayed with you guys and Saevel and hung out a little bit more, and but yeah, unfortunately the way I wrote the character was she's just completely oblivious to all that stuff. Like, she is 100% into her work to the point where she overlooks all the other stuff. And until you say it flat out, that's when she like realizes and, like, either deals with it, but also still in the end can't necessarily fulfill that side, like her side of it, because she has other work that needs to be done. In another plane of existence, but it's funny because I also wrote that character in the same way, because she used an NPC in my other, like, in one of my other campaigns, in the same role as an enchanter, that like, hey, if you have cool weapon ideas or magic item ideas, talk to her and stuff like that. And obviously those players also took a liking to her as well. They didn't really go as far as Saevel did, but it was very much that, like, they thought she was also very attractive, potentially would have gotten after her, but basically saw like, oh, she doesn't really pay attention to that stuff. There's other people that are easier. So I will say Saevel took the challenge, that's for sure.
Yeah. Likes a challenge.
But no, yeah, it was very fun. Like, I guess that would be another one of my favorite interactions, was role playing those like funny moments out of like Saevel like hitting on on Dove.
Yeah.
Or bringing her gifts of, it was very much the old school, like, Madame, I bring you a flower. I am trying to woo.
With the,
Hey, like the Dead
Flower.
Poets Society now.
he did the flower thing not so much because of like the traditional sense, but he was like, "Holy shit, these are flowers that eat people." Dub would want to dissect this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was very good looking out for those type of things and understanding. Like, you pretty much understand the character, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those. Like, I think at the beginning, I even warned you. I was like, this is potentially doomed to fail. Like, I just wanted to let you know that, or I just wanted you to know that, Zane, and he still took it upon himself for for the challenge.
Apropos, very apropos.
I guess for like another NPC that was like, because I would say the three biggest NPCs was Frost for sure, which I mean like he was basically the group's kid. Obviously we were bad influences or good influences depending on who you ask.
Great influences.
Yeah, and that's one of the people you asked for great influences. Dove being another one because she did help us out in those situations and also made going to the keep very funny of like just watching shenanigans happen. I guess another one would probably be Cephas, considering he does like actually come in as a sixth character or NPC that comes with us on one of these missions or on the upcoming missions. To help us out and stuff like that. But
If Frost was the child and Cephas was the grandpa.
yeah, Dove was the mom or like the aunt that kind of like did her own thing or some shit. But I guess for you guys, like, what do you guys think of like Cephas or any other NPCs that were at the keep, like? And their impact or lack of, or anything like that, or the keep itself.
I loved the keep.
It was cool. Little in between.
I do think there are like some like of the NPCs that like I could have had a little bit more too, but yeah, we had a lot of NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I did enjoy what was it, Fletch hanging out with Cephas and calling him Pop Pop.
Yeah. Pop Pop.
Yeah, it's funny because like especially after this last chapter and like seeing more prevalent of how like Renford and Fletch just did not get along. Like Cephas just like really wanted to like either get to the bottom of it or understand it or like show Renford like, hey, it's unfortunately we didn't really get the chance as like when we went to the tower. There's just a lot of shit like popping off in there.
In the way of that, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Cephas definitely wanted to be like a mentor character to Renford.
Yeah, which I liked.
Yeah.
They had some good conversations.
Mm-hmm. But after that, I'll go ahead and do one more question real fast. So, Reggie, did I already have you roll a d20 or?
No, he was AFK.
No.
Okay, yeah. Roll me a d20. 7. Did we get that one? No, we didn't. Oh, that's an interesting. It's another Evan question.
Only submitted 3, okay?
I don't know about that. You submitted.
Oh, it was 3 for the DM and 3 for the players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You submitted a
Okay.
lot.
Yeah.
Just 3.
Um, why did you choose the character that you played?
Ooh.
Like,
As in,
why'd you go with a Warlock or a Tortle, or like, why did you decide in this campaign to pick the type of character that you picked?
well, class and race, same reason as I choose everything, just cause.
Because I
felt like
thought
it.
it was funny.
And like his character thing of like being scared of everything. I don't remember what put the idea in my head, but like I've been wanting to do like a character that's kind of scared of everything, but kind of goes along for some reason. And then this reason, I mean, yeah, for love. Like this reason was like his Archfey pushing him to like try to be brave.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be fun to explore in the
Yeah.
return.
Yeah.
So that was most of the Hanu stuff. Mostly just cause.
Yeah. How about for you, Zane? How'd you decide on a British elf?
So I don't know why I went with elf. I just thought like, yeah, sure, look, sounds good, but I know I went with wizard because again you told me it's like we kind of need a backline, so I was like, cool, I'll try this like complicated range caster class.
So funny enough, like Reggie was technically our spellcaster, and Zane was your replacement, Reggie. I was like, we need
he tried, but,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, it's I did that. I forgot why I chose elf. I only knew that it was like I wanted like a nerdy, like posh British boy.
And who's more posh than an elf?
A high elf.
Hi, elf. How about for you,
So,
Evan?
yeah.
For me, it's I think I definitely worked my way backwards. Like I think I mentioned this before about how I'm trying to do like every class basically once. 'Cause I haven't played so many of them. So I hadn't done Paladin, and then I was like, okay, well, I don't know if I was either unaware or it wasn't a thing by that point, but the whole like picking ability scores off a race thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went basically fucking half elf. So there you go.
There you go. Yeah. So it was more for like the ability scores and like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Gotcha.
I'm glad that's opened up because that allows a lot more time to care, punishing someone quickly. But I guess was basically I had a very different idea of how I was going to play than what I actually did. Footloose, so I just figured he came from this stuffy old town that didn't like the performing arts. So he tried to add a little bit of pizzazz to everything he does.
Yeah.
Which remained true, but it didn't become like his stuff, as a big personality in a campaign that I initially.
Also, you're cutting like a little bit in and out. Like I understood what you said, but it's like.
Okay. Oh, I see the cord wrapped around my my mic set. Is that better?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, go again.
It kind of happened again. Yeah.
Man. Okay. I might have to switch headsets in a second.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anthonie.
The lot longer, more in-depth one is going to be the part 1 recap on why it is, but again, I kind of start with an idea on on what I want to play class-wise and stuff like that, and find out, other things that end up falling into place. And a good chunk of inspiration was the Eberron books, because the Tyranny family is an actual assassin family there, and I think it's in Eberron. And then the Thearlin, which is where Jill is from, is actual spy family in there. And I think they, dealt with like dragons and stuff too. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, this, took the simple idea. I'm gonna play Arcane Archer, and then I looked at Arcane Archer, and Arcane Archer sucks ass, and I was like, I'm making my own Arcane Archer. So, basically, just kind of started up with that and built off of that.
Nice. For me, it was it's funny because it kind of went from, it's similar to like Evans of like I want to try all the classes at least and stuff like that. It's funny because in Mines of Fendelver and Kenny's first campaign that we ran, my initial beginning character in that one was a rogue. But we ended up switching because some of the players ended up leaving. And basically we ended up with just Reggie's character as a frontline character, and then the potential of the other characters, like other players that could have come in, they would have been forced to like be a frontline character, because that's like basically what we needed. Or I mean, like, we could have just let them be whatever, but it would have just been weird to have like the monk beat the frontline character, as well as like an off like rogue, or a rogue also being a weird frontline thing. So like weird dodged frontline shit. So that's when I switched to Akama and never really got to fully play a rogue character. And that one was a pure melee rogue too. And when I played it, I did not like the melee rogue whatsoever. I did not like the fact that like the moment you jumped out and stabbed somebody, you're just like open to be like jumped back unless you have enough movement to run away. So like having not the mobile feat though, like for that game was just like I just do not like melee rogues basically. So unable to fully play a rogue for the rest of that one. I wanted to play a rogue in Tyranny. Whereas I got the Tabaxi thing was ironically enough from Mines of Fendelver, because one of the players that was briefly with us at the time created an assassin rogue that was a Tabaxi. And watching all the cool shit that they were capable of doing, even at melee, was like, maybe I want to try this again.
They were with us for a short time, but like for that short time, they showed how much of a badass they could be.
Yeah, like honestly, if it wasn't for the fact of like a bad roll, he could have cleared out a whole entire camp by himself.
He almost did.
He almost did. It was literally just the fact that one stealth roll did not go his way, and then even then he disengaged and ran the fuck out of the camp in one turn because of Cat's agility. So like seeing all that shit happen and he was also a new player, like he never played before. And just watching all that shit happen, I was like, holy shit.
No, yeah. That was real good.
So I definitely like wanted to continue to play a rogue and then pick up the Tabaxi. And then one of my favorite characters from a game uses a crossbow and hits like a truck. And I wanted to make a sniper character. So that's like basically where Penumbra came from. As for like the subclass, it was just basically I didn't really see the other subclasses really working for the character or like fitting the character. Like I didn't see Phantom or the side knife or whatever that one is called. Like maybe Thief would have been the closest one, but I knew Thief was hard to level up because like you get cool shit at the beginning, but you don't actually become a full thief until level 9. So that's why I like just ended up with Assassin. But I knew like later stuff in Assassin was unusable or not useful at all. But just the fact that that one turn crit always was really fun to do, and just seeing the pretty damage numbers every time I got to go first was really fun. So yeah, that's how I ended up with Penumbra. But yeah, leading up to, I believe after the elf or Fletch's home, we ended up meeting the metallic dragons.
Right.
This was a pretty quick one, as it was just kind of like convincing these dragons to like basically help us and stuff like that, and it was more role play and stuff like that. But yeah, what'd you guys think of like this section, I guess?
It was like you said, it was very roleplay heavy and very social D&D.
Mm-hmm.
For that. And yeah, so it was kind of I don't know, it was kind of a nice little, I don't want to say breath of fresh air, but it was like it was nice to get something different, because it felt like we'd been putting a brake on the gas pedal.
Yeah. I think this was also like, this was us basically letting Jill take over, because that was very lucky that we got Jill like right before this, like literally right before this, and it's just like, oh, like we need to negotiate. Jill, can you help us out? Oh, is it a black screen?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Oh, what?
Ah, there it is.
Oh. Huh. Why is this one black? That's weird. Because it's not a...
So did it fix it now?
Yeah, when you switch to the other one, but the specific one, unless it's on the wrong layer. But no, yeah, it was very much sorry, I'm just trying to like figure this out, and it's pissing me off that I can't.
Which one are you on?
Oh, what the hell? It's the one right before.
Oh, I was gonna say I can see, but that could be because I'm in the DM layer as well. But I believe they're saying that it was dark because the one I moved them to still had dynamic lighting.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we can see now.
Sorry. All right. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I mean, it was just basically like glad Jill was there, and it was like, for me playing Penumbra, I was like, yeah, I can't talk for shit. I have like a -1 in charisma. I ain't gonna do shit in this one. Oh, there's nothing to kill. I'm gonna fuck with my stealth and see how stealthy I am. I'm gonna my mission in life is to braid everyone's hair without even them knowing. The only one that I failed to do so was Jill. Because Anthonie made her bullshit. No, I'm just kidding. But no, yeah, it was very cool to... Oh, go ahead.
I'm just real quick. I imagine in my head Jill having short hair.
Yeah. That's what made it so hard.
Yeah.
For what?
To braid it.
Oh no, it was long. But Jill had it up.
Yeah.
For that one, so yeah. But nah, for Jill, it was kind of interesting making a character, because I know, like, people make characters and you always have to think combat and stuff. But the Eberron book for, again, the Tyrannies were the best assassins, which, I made Fletch kind of like, assassin wise, and then the Fjarlans, Jill's last name, were the best spies.
Yeah.
So I went into it and I just wanted to 100% think, hey, what will be, a character that is based solely around politics? Can't fight, solely politics, whether it's lying, whether it's, persuading and stuff like that, inciting people, or, catching the small, tails, that people, might be lying. Let's just build someone directly off of that. So, I just multi-class between like the Inquisitive Rogue and
Bard.
Which Bard was it? Let's see.
One with expertise. Remember that part.
Huh?
I remember you had expertise on it, right?
All bards have expertise as well.
Yeah, bards and rogues. Eloquence Bard, Inquisitive Rogue, and then Clockwork Sorcerer. And then, I put the Clockwork Sorcerer, I was like, okay, of course, people want to cast spells, but, you're going to be casting spells and you're going to be using verbal components and stuff. I'm like, how can I get past that in, this high diplomatic situation? Sorcerer, subtle spell.
Subtle spell.
So, yeah, Jill can literally just cast spells, just talk to you like regular without using somatic verbal components, and just, make things happen. So
yeah,
I kind of like that idea, from that one. And even leveling up Clockwork Sorcerer higher. So for instance, like they can neutralize advantage and disadvantage. So it was all about, information gathering and out talking people for Jill. So yeah, it's pretty fun. But yeah, thankfully we had Jill there at that point in time to be able to talk us out of a bunch of different things.
I think one of my favorite part about this chapter was Fletch gushing over the dragons.
Oh yeah, that was cute.
Just like suddenly become a little kid at a play store or like a toy store and just like
Candy store, yeah.
Candy store is just like, that one's cool.
I want it.
Let's we will eat you. It said it's gonna eat us.
Yeah.
Wait, why can't we intimidate her?
But no, yeah, this section was pretty cool of just like I guess in the module is like, I think these dragons are also like shows up in other stuff too, and just the general stories of for all these modules and stuff like that. But it's cool seeing like all their different personalities and how they act, and how one of them is just like literally just wanted to sleep with us. But I think we ended up getting them to our side because nobody could hate these faces.
Unless we were a race they didn't like.
Yeah.
I wonder when we got aside from Fletch's thievery from stealing
the flask
god endless flask.
Yep. And then Zamrakar gave up his sword as well for like that we got off of Rezmir, the demon sword, or like the other demon sword, I guess.
Wasn't someone coming after his sword?
No.
There was something like that. I don't quite remember.
Yeah, like there's a reason.
Well, I think it was trying to get back or something. I don't think anyone was coming after it. Because it was like speaking to me.
Right.
On that one.
I say Rezmir's kin was coming after her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think that was kind of like that was a kind of introduction to that, because I kind of remember that. But didn't really like develop just because I guess we gave up the sword. So
Problem solved.
Problem solved. Do you guys remember which dragon we gave it to?
He needs to know.
I need to know.
Whoever wanted treasures or something like that, I think. Because each one wanted something different. Like the silver dragon
I know
wanted, the sister, kind of return.
Someone wanted armor?
Yeah, because her sister was turned into armor by the dwarves or something.
I think it was just a horny one, because that's the one that took the flask, right?
Yeah, like it just took all our gifts basically, and like thank you. I just can't remember if it was the bronze or brass one.
That's module stuff, and then
who
we
or
have
copper
stuff too.
actually, I guess. I guess it was the copper one.
Yep, female copper dragon.
Gotcha.
Tasmakilla.
Yeah. I shall remember that. But yeah, we basically got the dragons on our side. We got some, or we were able to organize some of them and put them across the map and stuff like that. But that basically leads us to the next chapter, which is back to dungeon delving and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, the tower.
Zonthal's tower.
Yeah,
Oh, and the garden.
maze,
Yeah.
the maze, the maze, the
The
maze.
maze. We won't
It was
go.
amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna say we won't go too much into the maze, just because like we missed a good chunk of it because we were able to figure it out. Which I mean, figuring out some of those puzzles was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like literally hugging Zamrakar was the answer. Was fucking amazing. Of just Penumbra, just like, or Penumbra and Fletch hugging him, and Fletch is like, "I missed you, boss." Penumbra's like, "I missed you. I can't listen to these guys argue anymore. I just can't." But yeah, that one was pretty funny. But that's also where Saevel tried to get a flower for her. Or was it a man-eating plant for Dove? Yeah, potentially like in the future, if you guys are ever curious about like what else we missed in the maze, because I think we did kind of ask in the moment as well, and Kenny told us some of it, but
Yeah.
yeah, because I think we only did 3 of them or something like that, or 3 or 4 pieces of the maze. I think, yeah, I think this map is the.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we missed this thing, the bull in the maze,
Yeah.
to Cyclops. And
There's that bitch.
Yep. Which is weird because this was the Earth
Yeah.
Genie. So that one we just missed completely and never met. It was the Fire Genie that we met the Ifrit that we met inside.
Nah, I think it was mentioned that one wasn't there.
Oh, gotcha. We probably came back to it later and talked to it or some shit. I don't know.
I'm just not up to par.
Yeah. But yeah, just going through all the puzzles and stuff like that, figuring them out, going through the towers, figuring out all those puzzles, and that was actually a pretty interesting map altogether.
But yeah, it's very different.
Yeah. I do like how efficient we got in murdering shit. Of like, we went to a room, murdered everyone in it, even went to another room and just like, we don't want to quite deal with this, but we don't want to make sure that they don't fuck us over. Wall of fire and some other shit and then we just leave.
Right.
Oh, no, it wasn't like that. We went in, threw some oil bottles, and everyone released a fire spell and was like deuces, and then fell back to the teleporting portal, and we blew up a whole level.
Yeah, I think Cephas even created it like before he did the wall of fire. He did the wall of fire to make sure that they couldn't leave. So they just stayed in there and cooked. Man, who knew Gramps or Pop Pops was ruthless like that? Let him burn. But trying to think if there was I guess one other thing to note was kind of like the hourglass key that we found in this room, because we killed the wizard that had it, and then Penumbra picked it up and lost like 3 years or how many years of her life.
Oh yeah.
She aged forward like a couple years.
Yeah.
It was very funny because that was one of the joke moments of Fletch getting into the telescope, turning the telescope to, Penumbra bending over to pick up the hourglass thing, and then suddenly see her age 3 years, and suddenly like, why did it get bigger? That was a funny dumb moment.
Yep.
God, and then going through here and fighting every single elemental all at once.
Oh my god.
No, Kenny, it was like that was one of your moments of just like, you know what? I don't want to spread this out. They get to fight all of them at once.
Yeah. They can take it.
They can take it. Fuck it. They'll fight them. I think it was the fact that some of the elementals were just dormant or just chilling in a room until we actually fucked with them. So we just picked up aggro on one each and then fucked it up, and then picked up aggro on another and then fucked it up. Do you remember, Kenny, if there was anything specific in this room that was like pretty bad? Because I remember at one point Renford was like, oh, there's this like tuning rod thing that lets us teleport to another plane.
Oh, that was the plane of fire. Yeah.
Yep. Hey, let's use that to escape.
Yeah.
Out of game. Evan didn't know about the plane of fire.
I was like, let me get this straight. You want to go to the plane of fire to avoid danger.
You can't be in danger if you're already burned to death.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if there was any potential like fucking with it and then us teleporting somewhere bad, or that was just thrown in the module and it wouldn't have just done anything.
So in area 19, there's a gateway, and if you take that tuning fork and use it on the gateway, it opens up a gateway to whatever plane you have the fork for.
And I don't know if we had any other like. I think it was just the one, right, for the fire plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why is that there?
In case you want a new character.
Apparently.
To derail your campaign.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, or just random side adventure if you want, or I guess it's just to say, hey, this guy happened to be doing research in the plane of fire.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if it was activatable or anything like that. It was just funny that like they just have a random gate that the players could potentially go through and just completely derail the campaign. But yeah, as we continued, because our whole thing here was to rescue a potential spy or like somebody that wanted to, I guess, betray the Cult of the Dragons, which was Iskandar. Unfortunately, we took too long as we this whole chapter was us really kind of like fucking like just fucking around and just taking our sweet time. Like we were just like, we'll just fuck up this thing, take a short rest, fuck up this thing, take a long rest. And this dude just bled to death. I don't know if he's actually savable. I think I remember reading it, and I don't think he is. I think no matter what he dies, but yeah, I don't quite remember. But yeah, I don't know if there was any other notable things in this chapter. Like it was just a lot of fun combat. Yeah, there was the time shit, and that was one of those things that I think Kenny told us was like, hey, I just threw that in there. Was not expecting you guys to really go that ham on it, you know, like try to figure it out.
You throw out a word like time travel, like we're going to investigate.
Yeah. Ooh, shiny object. Ooh,
Yeah,
a piece of candy.
Just took the description that they gave me, multiplied it by 2, and it.
There you go.
We almost got it to work too, guys.
Yeah, so close.
I think our biggest goal was just trying to bring that dude back, like just change, go back enough to where we could bring him back from the dead. I think that was like the biggest goal, I guess.
Mhm.
But after this, that's when Kenny threw 2 dragons at us. As the nearby
Rip.
town
Bullied.
that we ended up bullying really hard.
Yep.
As funny enough, like one of the dragons he threw at us was the blue dragon we saw at the beginning of the campaign. So for Evan and Zane, the way this campaign begins, like way at chapter 1, the city's being attacked by a blue dragon. And the blue dragon we fought was the blue dragon that from way back in the first chapter. So the one sitting on so the one sitting on the tower in that image is that one. It's funny because like it meant a lot to Cephas to like have you guys help him kill it, because he was from Greenest, which was that town that the player started in.
Yeah.
As well as his family and stuff like that. So he had a grudge against that dragon. And that's why he like pulled out all the stops and like, the floating daggers and shit like that with animated objects.
Oh yeah.
But but yeah, I guess at this point, for that part of the combat, I guess we became really proficient at killing dragons.
Yep.
And the specialty arrows by that stage, which I'm sure helped a lot.
It's funny.
I didn't shoot any special arrows.
No,
Oh, we did. I could have sworn like someone created like a dragon slaying arrow for
that
you.
was
And
that was after like every dragon we killed.
Anytime I went to go use an arrow, they died before I got to use the arrow. What did happen here was that black dragon that was flying as I Eldritch Smited it to the ground.
That's what it was. He shot it to the ground. Yeah.
So yeah, almost 1 HP to dragon because it was flying. I
Yeah.
was hoping it was gonna be flying higher. A good, 400 feet in the air or something, and Eldritch Smite.
But yeah.
So,
I don't know if there was any other moments in this chapter that you guys wanted to talk about.
Not that I could think of.
Yeah, it was a very I think this chapter was very cool, like a lot of different combat stuff. But yeah, for like character stuff, it I think at this point we just basically got into the groove of like team dynamics and like efficiently going through stuff and killing the shit out of them. Because there was some arguments, like especially during the maze. Like there was even moments where Saevel was just like, we do this and go this way, and Fletch is just like, the answer's right behind me, but sure, we'll go that way. Like I think those were the only arguments that like really went through.
well, Fletch was just going to vibe regardless, but
Yeah.
she's like, the thing is this way. No, it's that way. Okay.
That was the only point where Fletch's shenanigans got to Zane.
Yeah.
Not the underwear stealing. I feel like I got them too.
I mean, that was just in character funny shit.
Yeah, but it's like, goddamn, why didn't you just tell me?
It was funny because it was like, wow, look at this big tower right in front of us, Fletch. And then when we got back, Fletch was right. Kenny just kind of like rubbed it in.
It was just the rubbing it in. That was just like,
Yeah.
okay. But yeah.
I think the reason why I did it is, did you watch the Black Widow movie? Zane?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll just link it.
I know
I'll
what
just link it. Yeah, Yelena.
Yeah.
When she was in the helicopter.
Yep. We don't have enough
Yeah, let me
fuel.
try to find it. No, it's plenty of fuel.
I'm telling
Okay.
you, we don't. All right.
See,
I told you.
I'll try to find it and show you, Zane.
But yeah, I guess now we could go to the next chapter.
Oh, the Thay, yeah.
These
they.
nerds, the they.
The most confusing name in the entire game.
But before we do that, Anthony, if you have a moment, roll me a d20.
Do I have a moment? I don't have a moment.
Well, that's too damn.
Well, then we're just gonna sit here and wait.
Yep. This is an interesting one. This is from Anthony. What do you, as the player or DM, think about each character?
You want me to answer my own question?
Yep.
What do I think about each character? I think I also have what the characters think about each character, right?
What?
Did I do it as a separate question? Because is this one the one where I asked what does the player think of each character? Or
What do you, as a player / DM, think about each character?
Okay. I think Hanu was a good character. Unfortunately, we couldn't flesh him out more, see the character growth that he may have had. Zamrakar, I don't want to say one note in a bad way, but he's pretty one note. He kind of has what he wants, and he's just going to do it, and just kind of like straight. I don't think that there was too much change of hearts of what he had outside of Frost. For that one, it's like, okay, I guess some dragons are good. So I guess some character growth could be from there. Ilmig was quiet and only was here for a few sessions, so it's kind of hard to say. Definitely liked Umbra as a character. Had some things, had a back history, but fun character. Mischievous, kind of in the background, quiet. Saevel, definitely enjoyed. Pretty well, kind of thought out character. Kind of had his, things he's dealing with and what he has to grow for. Renford, I definitely understand his character, and I feel like that is kind of like your typical paladin. They unfortunately kind of see black and white, because they've got to live by the oath and kind of stick, to it. Didn't know too much of Renford's background history personally, I guess you can say, because it was just like, hey, my family was killed or something like that, or my town was destroyed by demons, but it wasn't more personal, you can actually give names or anything. But overall, so good characters. I went to the Umbra. Am I missing something? I mean, because we were asking about characters.
Yeah.
Not a character, actual IRL person. I definitely enjoy seeing Kenny's DM growth and how he's changing and adapting from that as well. I guess I have to talk about my own character. I Fletch. I definitely liked. There was the unintentional things that were happening. The dice. Also kind of telling a story. With the roles at the beginning. But I definitely enjoyed the whole journey for Fletch as well. I think I covered everyone. I feel like I'm missing something, but I think I covered it.
I think that was everyone. Evan.
Oh man, that's a long question. I had to go through all the characters. Yeah.
The characters about, or that you like the.
Right. Yeah. I can only really speak. Obviously, I didn't meet a good chunk of them, or I just heard about them secondhand. Let's see. I guess I'll start with my fellow newbie with Saevel. I like that he had this sort of I don't know, not as like a spy history, but like a sort of mission sort of history, and how he was defining himself by his past failures, and he was, trying to go at it again. It was a pretty interesting reason. A lot of adventurers are like, oh, they're setting out for the first time or whatever, how to go. It's like, I'm trying time. I don't know if you think that's a good description of him or not. That's kind of how I saw it anyway.
You're starting to cut out, Evan.
Oh, damn, I need it. Okay, let me play with that mic a bit. How's that sounding?
Good.
Okay.
It's fun.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Saevel. What's up?
It happened again. Like,
maybe come back to me. I'm going to switch headsets real quick.
We could understand you, but it was very funny, like timing. But
I hear it myself, but yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. Maybe like glue back to me, and I will switch out headsets.
Yeah. For me, I'll say for me, like, I agree with a lot of like basically things Anthonie said and stuff like that. Obviously, I enjoyed Fletch's character and her interactions with like everybody. For Renford and Saevel, like, being the new players and stuff like that, it was very funny, like how they found themselves on the same boat. It was like, we're the two new guys. That was kind of like their bond together of like, you're seeing this shit too, right? I definitely thought that Saevel's character was a very fun character, and watching you roleplay it, Zane, was very fun.
Yeah.
It's very funny, like, yeah, seeing Renford's character be the, like you said, the foil to the group. So that was just like a new interaction I got to see into the group, because basically before it was just like we all kind of like, yeah, we have a mission, we're just gonna, like, we all agree on the same thing. So it was very interesting to see like someone go against the grain, or like give a different perspective, or want to do something different, or try something different. For Reggie's character, I mean, it was very fun, just like, seeing the scared turtle, or like also the memes of just, I'd be blasting and like the funny wacky shit of the Eldritch blasts, of just like, because you missed this, Zane, of like where these Eldritch blasts would fucking ping pong their way back to the target, because his patron would help him out and give him advantage and stuff like that, and the advantage roll would be like the natural 20, whereas the first roll would be a natural 1 or something like that. So
There's also this weird moment where he like rolls low and the Eldritch Blast goes like spinning around a tornado somehow.
Yeah, and then coming back. But no, yeah, I think all of these characters are very fun and like very entertaining to watch and stuff like that. Again, it was just like, it would have been interesting to see them all like in the same room, just talking, or just like hanging out, or just doing random stuff.
Yeah.
What about you, Kenny? He's asleep.
Wow.
Actually, yes.
Okay.
What was the question?
What do you, as a player or DM, think about each character? So I guess as the DM, what'd you think of all our characters and stuff like that?
Well, I caught some of what people's response. I do have to agree with a lot of like what Anthonie was saying about like certain characters, like with Ilmeg not really being around, so he's kind of like on my lower end of things.
Yeah.
And then I definitely enjoyed Penumbra and Fletch role playing with each other.
Those poor bushes.
Bushes were well taken care careless.
I knew that joke was coming, but.
What, Druidcraft?
Mm. How
And
about you?
then
Go ahead.
I think you said something about Hanu. It's like, yeah, there's moments where it's like, I feel like I could have done a bit better with Hanu's patron.
I mean, yeah, for that stuff, it's like it's hard to fully get into some of those characters sometimes of like someone's god or like, am I doing it right type of thing. But yeah, it's trying to find that like.
I think it was
That
one of the things that,
character.
again, because you showed the active kind of like growth throughout, so I
Mhm.
feel like you would have did even better with it, and made
Yeah,
yourself feel a little bit more proud, I guess you can say.
yeah, more
If you had just
comfortable.
had more time, to
Yeah.
to do so.
Because I think when you were doing the page, like him helping and stuff like that, you would do like go into the voice and like,
Mhm.
here, let me help you, and things like that, and say
Oh no,
something
yeah,
for
for
it.
sure.
Yeah.
Like the further we got into the campaign, the more it would come up. So for sure, like if I did stick around, I imagine there would have been more growth
Mhm.
in that.
Like characters filling themselves out from level 1 and fitting
Mhm.
the party dynamic. And is it something you haven't had a chance to essentially role play?
Yeah. God, I'm gonna have to roleplay so many freaking patrons in return.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be so
Or they
many.
could just be busy that day.
Yeah, some
Right.
shit like that.
Oh, and again, you bastard. It's been 2 years.
Yeah.
Alright, we're experiencing an overwhelming celestial interference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a god left me on red.
The patron you've reached mailbox is full.
Yeah.
Of prayers.
Turn off and on your holy modem.
um. How about you, Reggie?
I mean, I can't really say that much about Saevel on Renford because I wasn't there
That's
for
fair. Yeah, just
that. But like for the
characters
parts that I did manage to see, and like what you said, I do like their like, I guess overall chemistry with the team. Like you said, kind of going against the grain with the team.
Yep.
As for Penumbra, I kind of wish like I do love he decided not to make her talk, but the thieves can't basically sign language, right?
Mhm.
I do wish like we had more moments between her and Hanu.
Mhm.
Although I imagine like throughout the years, probably since then they would have hung out more or something.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But like how I mentioned to you, like he would have learned sign language by now. Ilmeg, again, like I wasn't a lot with him, but I do like the moments that we just somehow turned him into a pervy guy.
We just flipped the character.
No, yeah.
Because yeah, that one was because I made her mute for a roleplay challenge, whereas that player made him mute just because he just wanted to play like D&D and combat stuff and not necessarily like fully roleplay. As far as I know. But yeah.
Zamrakar, I did like that he was that stereotypical character. Like he just wants to fight, he
Yeah.
knows what he
Right.
wants. But also like he didn't like, I guess, ruin the team's plans or anything like that with like just straight up rushing in.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know if he changed that later on. Like he wasn't
I
like
mean,
that.
it was funny
Okay,
because we
yeah.
kind of like in the first part we kind of did that where it was just like, you know what, fuck it, let's have him just run in. Let's change it
Yeah,
up a bit.
Go fight Cyanrath
Yeah.
honorably, no tricks or whatever. Definitely no bombs waiting.
Yeah.
And I guess Fletch was also a character I wish would have had more moments with Hanu because like she was a very interesting character and had so much going on, but just didn't get there because Hanu fucking stayed behind, I guess.
Mhm. It was
Hate to
also
hijack the castle.
yeah. Well, it was also in that
Borrowed.
beginning. Well, it was also in that beginning first part that it was very much just like on like go go go. It was only the caravan arc that we actually got to like kind of hang out, but it was still not like a full group. Like we all sat together and hung out. It was like individual, just small things here and there that like made great moments. But yeah, it was just unfortunate that we didn't get to have those like group big moments. Other than like just straight up being in combat or like coming up with wacky plans like blowing up a
Yeah.
boss with flasks of oil.
Yeah.
Turning Hanu into a bazooka potentially.
Wait, I have a great idea. Zamrakar just picks up Hanu while he's in shell defense and then uses him as a gun, an Eldritch Blast cannon.
That would have been great.
Squirrel hydro pump.
Yep. Zane, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's pretty much hit the nail on the head for everything that I liked about everyone. Yeah, our pairing between Penumbra and Fletch was great. Even the like insane arguments between Fletch and Renford were great. If I do have to say one thing, I would have liked to see more out of Zamrakar. But yeah, there's not much more I can add.
Yeah. It was unfortunate that because he was in and out of sessions for that player, and it was unfortunate that he
Yeah.
was out of sessions when we were back at the keep. But I mean, that
Yeah.
could have just been like the player just wanted straight up combat and stuff like that and didn't really want roleplay stuff, or
Yeah, which
just
is
had
fair.
shit going off in his life, so who knows. But yeah, it was just unfortunate that we didn't get to like fully hang out with the character and like learn more stuff about him, because I think at the tail end that's when we actually got like full stuff of like, hey, what does Zamrakar do? And and then we heard about like certain stuff. I was like, oh shit.
Oh, shit. That would have been cool, but
Yeah.
oh.
But I guess to go through this stuff real fast of like, because for this next chapter, it was, again, pretty fast, similar to the Metallic Dragons, where it was a mission to meet the Wizards of the Thay as potential allies, as some of the Thay Wizards worked for the Cult of the Dragon, but not the main like country or city that they're from, are also like potentially against it. Their way of like becoming allies was a roundabout way of like, let's test these guys. Unfortunately, in our favorite standard of making characters or making groups for each other for like campaigns, we all like to make everyone almost the same race. As in Tyranny, majority of the group were elves.
Yeah.
And elves can't sleep. Because they attacked us in our dreams. So the only people that could take the test was Penumbra and Zamrakar. Unfortunately, Zamrakar's player wasn't there, but we even did the rolls for those. But unfortunately, I was rolling like complete ass, and the only thing that was keeping me even close to like barely not, I didn't even pass the DC, but I was just like barely hitting it, and the only reason I was barely hitting it was because of rogue shit of what was it? I can't roll lower than a 9, or 9s and lower become a 10. But my persuasion or whatever thing I was using for that was a 4, like a +4 or something, and the DC was 15. So, so yeah, just Penumbra just constantly failing them like questioning her and shit like that, fucking with her mind. But I do think it created like one of the funniest moments of like, what happened like when they asked Penumbra what happened to Rathmodar. And Anthonie was kind of like typing it in, or like, oh man, you should say this. And then I just straight up said it. It's just like, he died like a bitch. And Anthonie like, yeah. That's probably one of my favorite moments. But yeah, unfortunately we didn't get the Thay Wizards help because, that part of the module is kind of weird, and
Yeah.
their weird questioning and failure of such didn't want to join us.
Yep.
They were
But yeah.
dicks anyway.
Yeah. I think what came of that was just like more keep roleplay and stuff like that. Because I think after the Thay mission, that's when everyone kind of like bunkered down and kind of prepared for the final day of like the final battle. So that's when we all had like final moments with each other. And do we want to talk about Ice Fletch?
Simulacrum is the greatest spell I've ever cast.
That was, I could imagine for Kenny, that was one of those moments of like, you can do what now?
Like, what is this spell? What does it do? It does that? Why? How? What?
Oh,
How
cool!
long
I get
does
to
it
deal. I get to deal with two of them now. And then instead of, well, we did use it for good. We also abused it, right, Anthonie?
No, there's no abuse happening to Ice Fletch.
All right, you abused Penumbra with it.
No,
Okay.
wore out. One
all
thing,
right.
but
I'm just glad she didn't get a point of exhaustion after the fucking threesome that we had with it.
I mean, you probably had a point of exhaustion, but we, had the time to sleep it off. So
Sure. That was a greater restoration spent to remove the exhaustion point. But yes, the players did abuse that shit into like immediately having sex with it.
all right, have your heroes feast. Umbra's already had hers.
But yeah, was there any moments like the final, like before the final battle that you guys remember that we had other than creating Ice Fletch and Penumbra and Fletch just having that for the rest of the night?
Your poor little dragon boy getting injured in the final fight.
Well, that was in the
No.
final fight. I'm talking
Yeah.
about like the night before.
Just a standard wrap up.
Yeah.
Talk.
Yeah. Saevel shooting his last shot.
I think I gave Saevel the robes way before that. Or
Yeah,
was it?
it was like,
Okay, thank you for reminding me of that. I wanted to talk about that.
I'll go for it.
That was probably top 5 favorite moments actually in the campaign. When
Nice.
you when you gave him those robes, because it's like yeah, he had never felt like any real attachment to like his family or his elven heritage or anything, because he grew up like in Baldur's Gate. He like in a city mostly surrounded by humans. Parents were like didn't want anything to do with him, but like he didn't feel like really any close attachment to his heritage. And Fletch sort of gave him that. It's like, oh shit, like I've been invited into a family name.
Yep. invited is a strong word. More or less, like you're told you're part of this family. Because
Yeah, but that meant a hell of a lot to him.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Kenny let me make the robes and stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny was like, well, "You guys are already broken enough. Whatever."
Whatever, fucking go for
Doesn't
it.
matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but nah, I definitely enjoy giving those robes to Saevel.
Oh my god.
I think for that one is again, like stories coming to an end and stuff like that was Penumbra, like I guess in a way proposing to Fletch at the end there. And not even like going into it like, oh, you know, there's a chance that we're not going to make it and stuff like that. It was just like very much, oh, we're going to kill this thing. And we're going to like come back and live happily ever after. There's no doubt in their mind. So, yeah, having that moment was pretty cool. But yeah, I guess that leads to the last chapter, which was the final attack on the ritual site, or the Well of Dragons, to stop this whole ritual thing. I guess, what'd you guys think of it? Like, what was your favorite moments in this one?
Just going through just waves after enemy. I honestly, like, it is going to stand out because, you know, kind of getting the final hit is a big thing, but also, you know, seeing everyone kind of doing their thing against, you know, Tiamat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was fun, especially making you break your chair. That's a that's gonna be a point.
Unbelievable. It's just like constantly leaning back in my chair, just constantly like, I can't believe this is like another crit. I can't believe so and so lived. I can't believe, you know, it was very like, it was truly unbelievable that we were able to like do the things that we did. And it was very cool to see like all of that like come out, and yeah, it was a very incredible ending to like all of it. Or a very, very cool fight that for it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I will always remember War Baboon.
I was about to say the same thing, yeah. Pour one out for the War Baboon.
So there's my actual answer. Is there an NPC you wish we can interact with more? The baboon.
Well, unfortunately, it's dead because it died from Tiamat's first.
It got desummoned.
Well,
We can bring it back.
It really depends if Saevel kept that magic item, because it's not attunable. He could always keep it and just use it.
Yeah.
Just have a baboon friend with him at all times. If he rolled it out.
That gives me an idea.
Yeah.
You see Saevel like post time skip, he's got like the monkey on his shoulder.
Yeah.
That's like 4 feet tall.
Yeah. It's like super buff now.
Imagine he has like 40 bags and just starts throwing the little balls out everywhere.
Yeah. But I guess to like not fully end it off, but like last thing on this part is for Kenny, of like, what'd you think of like running this fight, like running the final battle, and I guess seeing all the players fight it and see the ending of all you know, like almost a year campaign come to an end.
Well, I'll say for starters, the way the final battle was written was very confusing for me. So
yeah, the whole module thing, like at least the ritual was confusing for sure. Because I mean, Tiamat wasn't even written into the module. Like, it's weird. They give the token, but they don't actually like have it written that you fight Tiamat. So
It's almost like they purposely expected you to just stop the ritual, which is like, even to me, it's like, even if you stop the ritual, at least let them fight Tiamat, because that's the whole fun of it.
Oh
yeah.
man, I thought you just. I didn't realize that wasn't. I thought that was like one of the alternate endings, and you just like put us on the challenging one. So there was like no original Tiamat.
There's so basically what happens is either we stop the ritual, Tiamat's not summoned, and happy ending, and that's it. And the other half, if we failed to stop the ritual, which is honestly almost impossible to not stop it, like we would have to like fuck up royally or just let it happen. If the ritual like finishes and Tiamat is released, it rolls to credits that there's so much destruction that happens, and it basically becomes a plan of like, okay, how do we stop Tiamat?
Oh, I see. So it's kind of like left to the DM by that point.
Homebrew campaign.
Yeah.
You fight.
Yeah, or it's just left to like the other forces of good, like all the metallic dragons to come together to stop Tiamat and stuff like that. So it's basically cinematically taken care of. But in the module, it's just like, yeah, you just never supposed to fight Tiamat.
That's wild. I mean,
And I was just like, screw that.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of us were very much just like, let us fight her, please.
Right. I mean, obviously we're going to try, but at the same time, thematically, for the sake of the story, you can't just like preemptively get a boss.
Yeah. I think another thing is like if they, definitely have Tiamat in there, but also like have us fight an ancient dragon or something like that, because I think we fought majority like adult dragons and stuff like that, and jumping from an adult dragon to Tiamat is a funny like holy shit. But but yeah, I guess for you, Kenny, is like, how was it running Tiamat? Not worrying about like the ritual stuff, because the ritual stuff was kind of confusing, and just I think most DMs I've heard of just kind of skip it or like run their own like version of it.
I mean, I'm sure there's things I could have done, like if I were to actually use all of Tiamat's real things, that it would have been a lot different. But I think the way I did it seemed to turn out pretty good.
I thought it was very cinematic, and like it. Obviously, I think there was moments that like you could have definitely like downed somebody or like potentially did things different. But I mean, the way it ended up was very, again, cinematic. Also, there's so much shit that you cannot account for, like Fletch critting with every arrow, or like somebody
that also is like, hey, all those I learned from the previous fights. It's like anytime I wanted to use one of these fucking dragon slaying arrows, they died before I got to use it,
so
and unfortunately I had a stack of them. I'm gonna use them on the beginning, and then like you said, just critting.
I mean, even just like, because there's moments where you like, you forget somebody has a certain thing or whatever. Even those like moments creates like cool moments for the player themselves, because that means that player gets to say, yeah, I literally survived Tiamat, like going all out. Like Evan gets to say, Undying Sentinel literally like came in handy, because he kept the ball rolling of like us never going unconscious.
Not today.
I mean, like Tiamat shooting a lightning breath at Penumbra alone, and Penumbra, if she succeeds on the dex save, takes 0 damage. So I get to say that like my rogue literally dodged a lightning breath from Tiamat. So like in turn, it creates really cool moments that like cinematically the players get to like, hey, I got to do this. So it works out basically. Obviously, if you wanted it to be deadly and stuff like that, then it could have just the efficiency of it and stuff like that. But I do like how these campaigns are more cinematic than anything, or like again, just telling a story. But yeah, I guess to wrap it up and stuff like that, for everybody, is there anything you guys wish you could have done throughout the sessions or throughout like the whole entire campaign, as well as where would your character end up being now? Or like right
That's a
before,
Yeah,
right
say
before, right before Return of Tyranny when I do that one shot.
On his deathbed.
Yeah.
Handing over the reins as the DM.
Yeah.
What Fletch and Umbra were traveling for some time, and then Umbra wanted to do the magical baby pregos. So they were born in. They're taking care of the kitties.
The kids.
But yeah, Fletch wouldn't have put down her bow. She would have been training in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I could see if me as a DM was a character. It's like I walk up to Frank as a DM with a like a stack of book and go take care of it.
It's your turn now. Don't fuck it up. Throws the books at me. It's your problem now. Good luck, asshole.
Have fun running around the maze.
Yeah. How about you, Evan?
So what would be doing like before it all goes down in the future?
Yeah, like what would Renford be doing for the next 12 years, 12 or 13 years before Return of Tyranny?
Definitely spending a lot of time at it kind of worked out that this never actually came up in the campaign because it gave him something to do afterwards. Because one of the dragons had asked for, oh hey, there's a temple that needs to be restored. Could you do that? And Renford was like, yeah, sure. And then like other shit happened. So like after the third, there was like, I'm gonna go restore this temple, and Cephas is coming with me. Oh, and Talus is also gonna be there.
Just having Renford reform all the
We're trying to.
reform all the cult people who are just like
Little PR video. So you found yourself in the evil dragon cult.
yeah.
Where do you go from here?
Yeah.
Therapy with theater.
Yeah.
No, not that cliff over there.
What do we say? Not for Tiamat. Not for Tiamat. Like we practice. You have so much to live for, please.
Yeah, as for me, it's like I think Anthonie said it because I mean our characters things are intertwined and stuff like that. It's like definitely had the kids, took care of them. She became a house mom because she would have still kept up like her skills and stuff like that as well. Possibly never had the chance to use them unless some fuck shit happened. But because that's like kind of the one thing she wanted throughout. Like even like when her family died and stuff like that, she just wanted a normal family. She didn't want the life of like the rogue stuff or anything like that. So that's why she's like definitely would have been very happy to actually have that family now. How about you, Reggie?
What about me? What?
What would Hanu be doing in the 13 years?
It's like, I guess after everything went down, with like a little bit more confidence, I guess you would adventure for like a couple more years until like deciding, like we talked about, to open up like an adventuring school or something like that.
Yeah.
And then just like just spending his time in there teaching.
Yeah.
His last couple of years left in his life.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
Tortle lifespans in D&D is stupid, and they should change that.
Yeah.
Or we can retcon it. One of the two.
Or we just do some magic shit and
some
make
magic
Dennis's
bullshit. If we
life.
could magic some kids for Penumbra and Fletch, we can fucking get double Hanu's lifespan.
We just go back to that fucking like time tower thing, or the time turners.
Yeah.
If the number can go forward 3 years, we can take him back like 30.
Yep.
Every year for everyone else is like every 3 years for everyone else is only 1 year for Hanu.
Yeah. How about you,
Fletch
Zane?
is still not even 100 yet.
Yeah.
Only just begun.
Yep. But as for Saevel, he's going to go to the Misty Wood, and he is going to do what he's always wanted to do and open up a school under the Tyranny name. And it's basically a school for the arcane adept. And yeah, he becomes the headmaster of a college.
Nice.
But yeah.
I don't exist yet.
Will it be more what for Sprocket, I guess?
Yeah. What would Sprocket be
roles.
doing in the
Working on our magnum opus.
Insert Iron Man hammer.
Yeah.
Alright, so what Sprocket does is starts experimenting more, enlists Saevel's help with some of her experiments going into the elemental planes, and then after being successful with some of her experiments, starts to set up a shop at either the school or the keep, and then tries to make a actual business out of it.
It's actually interesting that talking about making a business out of it. There was a question earlier about French fries, and yes, they're still a thing. They're marketable. We made air fryers, taking elemental air essences and fire air essences
God.
and selling those. They're pretty expensive.
That's how we keep our fortune.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think that French fries were cooked first in France, but they were cooked in Greece first.
Oh man, that's one strike.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna kill you all. That's gonna be glorious.
So
You mean Endgame, right?
Sure.
we made
Pre-game.
prestidigitation toilet pucks. That's to market it. What else? I think there were a couple of like successes that were made.
Oh man, there's so much random shit that we created in that. That was just like.
Don't forget the
Remarkable.
shaking sword.
Oh, you mean the shaking wand or the vibrating wand? Oh man. Well, I guess in a sense, like, if you want to see like Penumbra and Fletch's kids in action, there's a one-shot out for you to watch. That's
That's their kids? I saw. Okay.
Yep. That was their
You
kids.
actually watched it? Yeah.
I saw some of it. Yeah.
Yep,
Nice.
that's the kids.
Yep.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
It's so funny, dude.
I do love that my character can't decide if you're telling the truth or not about who their parents are or what they did. Does one roll like high and one roll low? Like, what do I believe?
What the fuck? But yeah, before we close it off, as it is getting late, and thank you guys for staying up this long, is there any closing statements anyone wants to say before we head off?
Can't wait
Thanks
to
for
fuck stuff
bringing me-
up next week.
Yeah.
Thanks
Well,
for having me that way. It was a
Yeah.
tough one.
Just like to say thank you to everyone.
You guys ready for the high school reunion?
Thank
Yeah, thank Kenny for putting that together, running it.
Thank you, Kenny.
Yeah.
And consistently too. It was
Mm-hmm.
quite
It was a
amazing.
bit week to week.
That one.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm trying my best to show small appreciation by even,
Yeah.
trying to run Icewind, when I can.
Harder to find a unicorn.
Ostracized and stuff. But yeah, it was been fantastic by bringing all of us together.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Sadly, I didn't get to play like the rest of the campaign with everybody, and but now with Abyss, it's gonna be the same because I'm dropping out. Bye.
Oh god! Don't you dare get your ass back here!
But no, yeah. Like I'm glad I'm getting to play with you guys in Abyss because it's been real fun.
You right there, Evan?
Yeah.
You right there, Evan?
What happened?
Oh. What's up? Am I cutting out again?
A little bit,
You were-
but you were
you
also
were, yeah.
you
What
were,
happened?
and then
What
you
are
were
you talking
freaking out.
Hello?
Hello.
Whoa, you were yelling. Are you okay?
He was crying.
I'm sleep deprived apparently. I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah.
I'm just a ball of emotions over here.
Yeah. But yeah. Thank you, Kenny, for running all this. It was an amazing experience, and I'm glad our characters got to hang out and go through this story.
Yeah. I spent some time recently just thinking, it's like, what would it have been like if just some random other assholes answered instead of you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah. But for now, that's probably where we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. And thank you all for watching, and thank you all for joining us.
Good night, Internet
See
Land.
y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you next
Like-
time,
Good night. I'm gonna
OnlyFans.
go sleep now. Only
Use
friends.
code TheOniMask at
Oh
your
my
checkout for your rate.
And thank you guys for watching.